mental health support. So that's also something that is being considered. But also we need to think from the start about inclusion, the social inclusion of the refugees who are arriving, the women, the children, because when we're asking them what they need, what they are telling us is we need peace, we want to go back home. But we don't know how long they will be in exile, how long they will be refugees. So from the start also, of course, there is a need for emergency assistance, but there is also a need to think about the more long-term accommodation, access to work, and temporary protection in Europe is allowing refugees to work. But there too, we know that it's more difficult very often for women refugees to have access to employment, especially if they are alone, because they are in charge of taking care of the family, of the kids, childcare. So there too, there needs to be some investment in supporting them to access employment, to be included.
Celine, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And finally, we head to Niger, where activists are working hard to make local women aware of the role that they can play in the fight against jihadists. Our team on the ground sent us this report from the region of Tillabéri in the country's northwest.
Does the soldier who is patrolling and in charge of our security know that there's a terrorist in the village? Will the terrorist let us spot him? No, of course not. This is not a country against another. This war is based on trickery.
Fatoumata Isaka is one of the founding members of the National Network of Women for Peace. The organisation works in dozens of villages in the region of Tillabéri. Their goal, to give women a role in Niger's fight against jihadism and crime.
We, as the women who stay home, we are the ones who see who comes in and out of the village. If there's an empty house next to yours and somebody's settling there for 2 days, even though you don't know them and you don't know what they have in mind, you need to tell your village chief that there is a stranger.
Habits like these have yet to take root in the villages. Fatoumata Isaka believes that involving women could make a big difference to Niger's anti-terror strategy.
There's no development without security, and that's the way we work, to empower young people and women who are both the victims and can be actors at the same time.
Women say they'd like to see more of these meetings, but a lack of resources is a major hurdle. UN Women is supporting 20 organisations throughout the country, but their good results remain below the radar.
There are lots of interesting projects, but we don't talk enough about the positive change they could bring. So to help them, it's about sharing their results and putting them in a position to reach partners.
In Niger, violence against women is more prevalent in areas where armed groups operate. In these places, it's often impossible to keep track of incidents of gendered violence, including abuses like forced marriages, genital mutilation, or rape as a weapon of war.
And that's it for this edition. You can get in touch and keep up with the 51% on Facebook, Instagram or Twitter. And you can also watch all our previous shows on the France 24 website. So until our next show, bye for now.
la République aussi.
As the war in Ukraine enters its fifth week, some residents in the second biggest city, Kharkiv, are refusing to leave. Our reporters went to meet those who are determined to stay put despite coming under constant shelling. Also, European governments reject Vladimir Putin's ultimatum to pay in rubles for Russian gas. The International Energy Agency holding an emergency session to discuss releasing strategic reserves. And the build-up has been overshadowed by a range of off-field issues, but today the spotlight is firmly on the football as the draw for this year's World Cup takes place in Doha. Hello and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. I'm Annette Young. And we begin in Ukraine, where Russia's invasion has now entered its second month. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warning of powerful Russian strikes in the east and the south of the country. This as peace talks between Russian and Ukrainian officials resumed by video link this Friday. In Kharkiv, in the meantime, Ukrainian forces have managed to hold back Russian troops, but areas are still coming under heavy shelling. Many residents having fled or are spending their days sheltering underground. But some remain holding out despite the risks. Our reporters Catherine Norris-Trent, Romeo Longlois and Ashraf Abid went to meet some of those living in the line of fire.
War has reduced these streets to a wasteland. The neighbourhood of Saltivka, on the northern edge of Kharkiv, whose housing estates have been blasted by Russian shelling. All but a handful of residents have fled. Ludmila is 75 years old and only one of 5 left in her block. She's relieved to find some company. On the 23rd of March, her building was hit.
Тоже наши едут с подъезда. Спасибо вам большое. Как страшно вы в такое время, такие обстрелы. Ночью сегодня очень было страшно. И сегодня целый день.
This family has fled the bombing to sleep elsewhere, but they still bring food out of solidarity.
Приезжаем каждый день, с соседями здороваемся и уезжаем обратно вечером. Помогаем, что-то привозим, что-то не привозим и уезжаем обратно.
Every day and night here is punctuated now by the sound of explosions as artillery pounds the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city. At least 300 people have been killed here under fire. For the past 5 weeks, at every alert, Ludmila's been sheltering in this basement with her neighbor Sanya.
Никогда не думала, что Путин. Как можно людей, детей маленьких.
Ludmila grew up in Soviet Russia and simply can't believe what's happening.
Папа мой воевал, защитник Сталинграда был. Кто мог подумать, что Путин такое сделает в Харькове, как Сталинград сделал. Даже животное это не сделает, это подонок.
During a brief lull in fighting, Sanya takes us to the spot where a shell blasted through an apartment a week ago. We're just over 30 kilometers from the border with Russia, where many people have strong cultural or family ties.
Была мирная жизнь, никто нигде никого не трогал, никакой русский язык не был ущемлен. Я сам русский, говорю по-русски, по-украински я меньше разговариваю. И жили все нормально. И вот что получили мы.
The calm doesn't last long. The Ukrainian forces return fire.
Это накрывают ту сторону.
Fighting continues around Kharkiv, to the north and the east of the city. In the past few days, the Ukrainian army says that it's managed to regain territory and push back Russian troops.
And Russia has agreed to open a humanitarian corridor to evacuate residents from the besieged city of Mariupol, previous attempts to do so having failed. Tens of thousands of people have been trapped in Mariupol, which has been cut off from the rest of the country for weeks. This afternoon, the International Red Cross says it's still needing concrete agreements on where those residents would be escorted to. Now, Russian authorities have accused Ukraine of carrying out an airstrike on a fuel depot in the Russian city of Belgorod. Kiev has not claimed responsibility for the attack near the Ukrainian border. It would be the first time that Ukrainian aircraft have entered Russian airspace. Selena Sykes reports.
Plumes of smoke fill the sky in the Russian city of Belgorod, just north of Ukraine. Moscow has accused Kyiv of carrying out an airstrike on a fuel depot around 40 kilometres from the border, believed to be the flash of light captured in these CCTV images. The city's regional governor said 2 Ukrainian military helicopters flew into Russian territory at low altitude in the early hours of Friday. These images of the aftermath have not been verified, and Kyiv has not claimed responsibility for the attack. Ukraine's defence minister said he could not confirm or deny the reports.
I would like to emphasize that, as of now, Ukraine has been defending itself. It's a defense operation to resist Russia's military aggression in the territory of Ukraine. This is not the first time where we see such accusations.
If confirmed, it would be the first raid on Russian soil since the war broke out over a month ago. The Kremlin has said the alleged attack will hamper ongoing negotiations between Moscow and Kyiv.
Of course, this is not something that can be perceived as creating comfortable conditions to continue peace talks.
Some commentators have raised concerns that the alleged attack could be a false flag to justify a Russian mobilization or to hinder negotiations. Moscow said authorities are doing everything to reorganize the fuel supply chain in order to avoid disruption in Belgorod, which has served as a major hub for Russian military units involved in the invasion of Ukraine.
And the head of the UN atomic watchdog has said he aims to lead a mission to Chernobyl as soon as possible. This after Russian troops have been reported to have largely withdrawn from the decommissioned nuclear power station. Rafael Grossi, chief of the International Atomic Energy Agency, says there may have been again a rise in radiation on the site due to dust being kicked up by military vehicles as Russian forces left the location.
What we know is what we want to see. As far as the nuclear power facilities in Ukraine is concerned. And this is undoubtedly a step in the right direction. We had been saying that the plant needed to be operated by its own natural operators, which was the case, that it had to have physical integrity protected, that the people there had to work under normal circumstances.
And during a visit to India this Friday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov told reporters that some progress had been made at peace talks with Ukraine. He said Moscow was preparing its response to Ukrainian proposals. Lavrov telling journalists that Kyiv had shown much more understanding of the situation in Crimea and Donbass and the necessity of its neutral status.
We are working on a response. There is movement forward, primarily in terms of recognizing the impossibility of Ukraine becoming a bloc country, the impossibility for Ukraine to become a member of NATO and to retain a non-nuclear, non-bloc neutral status. This is now recognized as an absolute necessity. We have also seen a much greater understanding of another reality, the situation with Crimea and the Donbas region.
And EU's top officials have warned China's leaders not to help Russia wage war on Ukraine or sidestep Western sanctions. European Commission head Ursula von der Leyen had this to say earlier.
So we also made very clear that China should, if not support, at least not interfere with our sanctions. We discussed that and also the fact that no European citizen would understand any support to Russia's ability to wage war. Moreover, it would lead to a major reputational damage for China here in Europe. The reputational risks are also driving forces in the exodus of international companies from Russia. The business sector is watching very closely the events and evaluating how countries are positioning themselves.
European governments have also rejected a Russian request to pay for gas imports from Moscow in rubles. Now, if energy buyers fail to meet Russia's demand, existing contracts will be halted. However, a Kremlin spokesman said this Friday Russia will not be turning off gas supplies to Europe from today, since payments on delivery due after April 1st come in later in the month and also during May. The International Energy Agency, in the meantime, has been holding an emergency session to discuss releasing strategic reserves. Dave Keating has more from Brussels.
Well, Annette, the reason he wants this so badly is very clearly to prop up the ruble, which has lost value in face of Western sanctions, although its value has been really recovering over the past days. If these governments have to make their payments in rubles, that boosts the value of the ruble. It could boost it even to higher than it was before the invasion. So the reasoning here is economic, but it's also, I think, Putin wants to show to the Russian people that he's fighting back against these sanctions and that Russia has leverage. And on energy, it certainly does have leverage. Just a bit of background here. While the U.S. has banned imports of Russian energy, the EU has not. It was relatively easy for the U.S. to do. They only get about 5% of their energy from Russia, but the EU gets 45% of its gas imports and 25% of its oil imports from Russia, and so that ban has just really not been considered an option so far. And in the meantime, both the EU and Russia are becoming very codependent in this energy relationship because Putin needs the money from the energy exports in order to fund the Ukraine war, and the EU needs the energy exports in order to keep the lights on and keep the heat on. And so the prospect of a sudden loss of that Russian energy is considered a very, very scary prospect, and even German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that it could throw the European economy into disarray and recession. At the same time, the EU knows that the gas comes to the EU via pipelines that only go to the EU. There's nowhere else Putin can send that gas. And so Putin is also in a very difficult situation here. And for that reason, a lot of people think that any threat by Russia to turn off the taps is a bluff that they won't follow through on, because even during the height of the Cold War, Russia continued supplying energy to Western European NATO countries.
And the World Cup draw is set to take place in Doha in the next hour or so, the tournament kicking off on the 21st of November. Since the World Cup was handed to Qatar, the country's human rights record was thrown into the spotlight. FIFA's president trying to reassure fans that the event had already brought about change. But not everybody is convinced, as Inka Oyateda reports.
The 2022 FIFA World Cup has been shrouded in controversy from the moment Qatar was awarded the tournament back in 2010. Soon after the Arab states was named as hosts, allegations of bribery were levelled at FIFA and the organisation's then president, Sepp Blatter.
If the governments will try to intervene in FIFA's organisation, then something is wrong. I think the FIFA is strong enough that we can deal with our problems.
The accusations would eventually end Blatter's 17-year tenure. He was forced to resign in 2015. Away from corruption scandals, handing the World Cup to Qatar threw up a number of logistical questions. Doha had initially proposed to hold the tournament in June, but with temperatures topping 42 degrees in the summer, fears over the safety of fans and players out on the field forced FIFA to move the competition to November. Qatar has also faced criticism over the working conditions of people building the stadiums. Last year, The Guardian reported that more than 6,500 migrant workers had died since Qatar won the right to host the World Cup. The British newspaper said the workers, mostly from India, Pakistan and Nepal, dealt with slave-like conditions on construction sites. FIFA's president insists the situation is improving.
No, we shouldn't go back, we should go look forward, and we should go look at what has happened, because all the changes that have happened in this country in terms of human rights and workers' rights and so on, human rights would not have happened, or certainly not at the same speed, without the projectors of the World Cup.
During their qualifiers, Germany, Norway and the Netherlands wore T-shirts protesting Qatar's human rights record. FIFA chose not to punish the players for the move, arguing it believed the power of football is a force for good. Criminals in Qatar still face the death penalty, and same-sex relationships are banned.
And we'll be covering live that all-important draw at 6:15 p.m. Paris time. That's 16:15 GMT. And that's it for this edition. Do stay with us here on France 24.
That was the Kyiv City Ballet performing a charity show at Paris's Châtelet Theatre. The dance company are among many displaced artists following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I'm joined in the studio by the founders, Ivan and Katia Kozlov, who created the troupe 10 years ago. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. Now, you arrived in Paris on the 23rd of February with around 40 dancers. You came for a 2-week tour of the children's version of the Nutcracker. The next day, Russia invaded Ukraine and all flights to and from Kyiv airport were halted. Talk us through what happened for you, the dance company, then.
When we arrived in Paris, we were hoping to tour Paris and France for a couple of weeks, and we thought we would be just enjoying the French spring. We are lucky enough that we have been so generously offered a place to stay in Paris and a base, and we've had this outpouring of support in Europe that's made this situation a lot easier for us, more bearable.
And Ivan, the troupe is made up of around 70 dancers. Nearly half stayed in Ukraine, I think. Do you know, are they safe?
No, we don't know for all of them how they are, because those who stayed in Ukraine are not really in touch for now. Mostly of them are male dancers. But we hope to get in touch with them as soon as possible, and we hope they will join our company the closest time.
Well, the Paris Châtelet Theatre has offered the dance company a residency. In March, you put on a performance alongside colleagues from the Paris Opera to raise money for the Red Cross. Let's take a look.
It means that these artists will be able to create and create. We are artists only when we are free, and creating is an act of resistance. It's an act that says to those who want to occupy Ukraine, to Vladimir Putin, here we continue to look forward, to look far, to use culture also as a weapon for peace. It's what we are doing here tonight at the Châtelet Theatre.
So, Ivan and Katia, we heard there the Mayor of Paris calling culture a peaceful weapon and saying that while You continue to create, you're resisting. I was just wondering, at this super stressful time, are you managing to carry on creating art?
It is hard to keep working, honestly. It is hard to trying to stay rid of the problems at home in our minds, being on the stage. But the show must go on, you know. We have to keep performing, we have to stay up for Ukraine. Our weapon is the art, and we are working from stage. Every successful performance is the success for our country. We're showing that we are strong, unbreakable nation.
And it has been a very difficult time for your company, and we can hear from one of the dancers now. This is Anastasia.
Dancing allows me to express my feelings. It helps with the anxiety. Anxiety about what's happening in Ukraine. My family's safe. My mother's in Warsaw in Poland. My father's still in Kyiv. Together with other volunteers, he's defending the city.
Now, your dance company has featured a lot in the news during this time, since the war started. You can see here on channels like France 24, we're seeing non-stop images of the war in Ukraine. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the way news channels and journalists are covering the war?
We have a very unique situation. We have almost 70 dancers, and more than half of them are with us. And normally when we are in Kiev, that means we have a lot of administrative personnel. But due to the fact that this happened so quickly and we weren't prepared, it's just the two of us. And so we are busy with logistics 24/7, and we honestly don't have much time to watch any kind of news coverage.
Okay. Well, artists around the world have been coming together to put on concerts in solidarity with Ukraine. In Paris, a benefit concert for peace was held by the Paris Opera in the Palais Garnier. Among the singers was the Ukrainian soprano Lyudmila Monastyrska. Now, that was here in Paris. Inside Ukraine, artists are resisting. A classical music concert was held at a Kharkiv metro station that's being used as a bomb shelter. It brought a brief moment of respite to the residents of the city that's been under shelling and artillery fire for more than a month. Kharkiv Music Festival was scheduled to start last week, and none of the musicians taking part imagined they'd play at a metro station instead of a concert hall.
Music is art. It is life. It's a ray of light that helps our souls survive. It brightens our lives, stops us panicking, and keeps away the darkness and gloom of this war, the bitterness.
We all need support like never before. If we classical musicians can provide support to the people by playing our instruments, by doing what we do best, we'll do it anywhere.
Katia, I've got to ask, you seem very moved by that.
Our people are uniquely resilient, and we're able to kind of pull ourselves together. And I'm very proud of everyone. I'm proud of our dancers, that our dancers have been uniquely able to share our art and continue to share what we're best at, even in this horrible situation.
And during the Russian aggression in Ukraine, it's been very destructive for the country's cultural monuments and heritage. Several museums and theatres have been destroyed. I wanted to ask you, why are cultural monuments important to a country's identity?
Because it's the story. If you know the story, you know the future. You can adjust your future to the better way to live. And our pieces of art is always reflecting the story of every country, every nation.
Frankas, it's been a real pleasure to have you in the studio. I want to ask you before we go, have the Kyiv City Ballet got any more performances planned?
Yes, we have a performance tomorrow in Beauvais, and we have performances about once a week throughout France and throughout Europe.
And what will you be performing?
Concert, mostly the concert.
A concert, so a mixture of the work you've been doing over the last 10 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for being
here. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. Well, we're going to leave you with a concert for Ukraine that was held early this week with Ed Sheeran and Camila Cabello, taking place in the British city of Birmingham. The lineup also featured Ukrainian singer Jamala, who won the 2016 Eurovision Song Contest. There were also music veteran Nile Rodgers and groups Snow Patrol and Manic Street Preachers. Organisers said the concert had raised more than 14 million euros.
Love, not knowing what it was, I will not give you up this time. You look perfect tonight. It's such an important cause, an event. I'm so honoured to be here.
A poignant moment in the evening was a performance by young violinist Ilya Bondarenko, who played from a basement shelter in Kyiv, along with nearly 100 violinists from around the world. We'll leave you with that. Remember our website. We're also on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. There's more news coming up on France 24 after this.
Our reporters meet two men who are ready for the ultimate sacrifice.
You okay? Yes, man, I'm okay. I'm ready. Good. I'm ready to rumble.
Artyom, a fighter of Cossack origin, and Bohdan Mucha, the great-nephew of the famous Czechoslovakian painter Alphonse Mucha. We follow these two resistance fighters into the hell of war. Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith.
All the latest in politics, economics and the arts in Africa on France 24. Our journalists are in every region, every country, to report on the emergence of a continent of unparalleled riches. Bringing you Africa's stories on France 24.
Thanks for joining us. See you again. Take care.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Une petite ville,
As the war in Ukraine enters its second month, some residents in the second largest city, Kharkiv, are refusing to leave. Our reporters went to meet those who are determined to stay put despite coming under constant shelling. Also, European governments have rejected Vladimir Putin's ultimatum to pay in rubles for Russian gas. The International Energy Agency holding an emergency session to discuss releasing strategic reserves. And the build-up has been overshadowed by a range of off-field issues, but today the spotlight is firmly on football as the draw for this year's World Cup takes place in Doha. Hello and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. I'm Annette Young. And we begin in Ukraine, where Russia's invasion has entered its fifth week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warning of powerful Russian strikes in the east and the south of the country. This as peace talks between Russian and Ukrainian officials resumed by video link this Friday. In the meantime, in Kharkiv, Ukrainian forces have managed to hold back Russian troops, but areas are still coming under heavy fire. Many residents having either fled or are spending their days sheltering underground. But some remain holding out despite the risks. Our reporters Catherine Norris-Trent, Romeo Longnoir and Ashraf Abid went to meet some of those living in the line of fire.
War has reduced these streets to a wasteland. The neighbourhood of Saltivka, on the northern edge of Kharkiv, whose housing estates have been blasted by Russian shelling. All but a handful of residents have fled. Ludmila is 75 years old and only one of 5 left in her block. She's relieved to find some company. On the 23rd of March, her building was hit.
Вот тоже наши едут с подъезда. Спасибо вам большое. Как страшно вы в такое время, такие обстрелы. Ночью сегодня очень было страшно. И сегодня целый день.
This family has fled the bombing to sleep elsewhere, but they still bring food out of solidarity.
Приезжаем каждый день, с соседями здороваемся и уезжаем обратно вечером. Помогаем, что-то привозим, что-то не привозим и уезжаем обратно.
Every day and night here is punctuated now by the sound of explosions as artillery pounds the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city. At least 300 people have been killed here under fire. For the past 5 weeks, at every alert, Ludmila's been sheltering in this basement with her neighbour Sanya.
Никогда не думала, что Путин. Как можно людей, детей маленьких.
Ludmila grew up in Soviet Russia and simply can't believe what's happening.
Папа мой воевал, защитник Сталинграда был. Кто мог подумать, что Путин такое сделает в Харькове, как Сталинград сделал. Даже животное это не сделает, это подонок.
During a brief lull in fighting, Sanya takes us to the spot where a shell blasted through an apartment a week ago. We're just over 30 kilometers from the border with Russia, where many people have strong cultural or family ties.
Была мирная жизнь, никто нигде никого не трогал.
Никакой русский язык не был ущемлен. Я сам русский, говорю по-русски. По-украински я меньше разговариваю. И жили все нормально. И вот что получили мы.
The calm doesn't last long. The Ukrainian forces return fire.
Пусть снимают. Это накрывают ту сторону.
Fighting continues around Kharkiv, to the north and the east of the city. In the past few days, the Ukrainian army says that it's managed to regain territory and push back Russian troops.
And Russia has agreed to open a humanitarian corridor to evacuate residents from the besieged city of Mariupol, previous attempts to do so having failed. Tens of thousands of people have been trapped in Mariupol, which has been cut off from the rest of the country for weeks. This afternoon, the International Red Cross says it's still needing concrete agreements on where those residents would be escorted to. Now, Russian authorities have accused Ukraine of carrying out an airstrike on a fuel depot in the Russian city of Belgorod. Kiev has not claimed responsibility for the attack near the Ukrainian border. It would be the first time that Ukrainian aircraft have entered Russian airspace. Selena Sykes reports.
Plumes of smoke fill the sky in the Russian city of Belgorod, just north of Ukraine. Moscow has accused Kyiv of carrying out an airstrike on a fuel depot around 40 kilometres from the border, believed to be the flash of light captured in these CCTV images. The city's regional governor said 2 Ukrainian military helicopters flew into Russian territory at low altitude in the early hours of Friday. These images of the aftermath have not been verified, and Kyiv has not claimed responsibility for the attack. Ukraine's defence minister said he could not confirm or deny the reports.
I would like to emphasize that, as of now, Ukraine has been defending itself. It's a defense operation to resist Russia's military aggression in the territory of Ukraine. This is not the first time where we see such accusations.
If confirmed, it would be the first raid on Russian soil since the war broke out over a month ago. The Kremlin has said the alleged attack will hamper ongoing negotiations between Moscow and Kyiv.
Of course, this is not something that can be perceived as creating comfortable conditions to continue peace talks.
Some commentators have raised concerns that the alleged attack could be a false flag to justify a Russian mobilization or to hinder negotiations. Moscow said authorities are doing everything to reorganize the fuel supply chain in order to avoid disruption in Belgorod, which has served as a major hub for Russian military units involved in the invasion of Ukraine.
Well, the head of the UN atomic watchdog has said he aims to lead a mission to Chernobyl as soon as possible. This after Russian troops have been reported to have largely withdrawn from the decommissioned nuclear power station. Rafael Grossi, chief of the International Atomic Energy Agency, says there may have been again a rise in radiation on the site due to dust being kicked up by military vehicles as Russian forces left the location.
What we know is what we want to see. As far as the nuclear power facilities in Ukraine is concerned. And this is undoubtedly a step in the right direction. We had been saying that the plant needed to be operated by its own natural operators, which was the case, that it had to have physical integrity protected, that the people there had to work under normal circumstances.
And during a visit to India this Friday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov told reporters that some progress had been made at peace talks with Ukraine. He said Moscow was preparing its response to Ukrainian proposals. Lavrov telling journalists that Kyiv had shown much more understanding of the situation in Crimea and Donbass and the necessity of its neutral status.
We are working on a response. There is movement forward, primarily in terms of recognizing the impossibility of Ukraine becoming a bloc country. the impossibility for Ukraine to become a member of NATO and to retain a non-nuclear, non-bloc neutral status. This is now recognized as an absolute necessity. We have also seen a much greater understanding of another reality, the situation with Crimea and the Donbas region.
And EU top officials have warned China's leaders not to help Russia wage war on Ukraine or sidestep Western sanctions. European Commission head Ursula von der Leyen had this to say earlier.
So we also made very clear that China should, if not support, at least not interfere with our sanctions. We discussed that and also the fact that no European citizen would understand any support to Russia's ability to wage war. Moreover, it would lead to a major reputational damage for China here in Europe. The reputational risks are also driving forces in the exodus of international companies from Russia. The business sector is watching very closely the events and evaluating how countries are positioning themselves.
European governments have also rejected a Russian request to pay for gas imports from Moscow in rubles. Now, if energy buyers fail to meet Russia's demand, existing contracts will be halted. However, a Kremlin spokesman said this Friday Russia will not be turning off gas supplies to Europe from today, since payments on delivery due after April 1st come in later in the month and also during May. The International Energy Agency, in the meantime, has been holding an emergency session to discuss releasing strategic reserves. Dave Keating has more from Brussels.
Well, Annette, the reason he wants this so badly is very clearly to prop up the ruble, which has lost value in face of Western sanctions, although its value has been really recovering over the past days. If these governments have to make their payments in rubles, that boosts the value of the ruble. It could boost it even to higher than it was before the invasion. So the reasoning here is economic, but it's also, I think, Putin wants to show to the Russian people that he's fighting back against these sanctions and that Russia has leverage. And on energy, it certainly does have leverage. Just a bit of background here. While the U.S. has banned imports of Russian energy, the EU has not. It was relatively easy for the U.S. to do. They only get about 5% of their energy from Russia, but the EU gets 45% of its gas imports and 25% of its oil imports from Russia, and so that ban has just really not been considered an option so far. And in the meantime, both the EU and Russia are becoming very codependent in this energy relationship because Putin needs the money from the energy exports in order to fund the Ukraine war, and the EU needs the energy exports in order to keep the lights on and keep the heat on. And so the prospect of a sudden loss of that Russian energy is considered a very, very scary prospect, and even German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that it could throw the European economy into disarray and recession. At the same time, the EU knows that the gas comes to the EU via pipelines that only go to the EU. There's nowhere else Putin can send that gas. And so Putin is also in a very difficult situation here. And for that reason, a lot of people think that any threat by Russia to turn off the taps is a bluff that they won't follow through on, because even during the height of the Cold War, Russia continued supplying energy to Western European NATO countries.
And the World Cup draw is set to take place in Doha in the next hour or so, the tournament kicking off on the 21st of November. Since the World Cup was handed to Qatar, the country's human rights record was thrown into the spotlight. FIFA's president trying to reassure fans that the event had already brought about change. But not everybody is convinced, as Inka Oyateda reports.
The 2022 FIFA World Cup has been shrouded in controversy from the moment Qatar was awarded the tournament back in 2010. Soon after the Arab states was named as hosts, allegations of bribery were levelled at FIFA and the organisation's then president, Sepp Blatter.
If the governments will try to intervene in FIFA's organisation, then something is wrong. I think the FIFA is strong enough that we can deal with our problems.
The accusations would eventually end Blatter's 17-year tenure. He was forced to resign in 2015. Away from corruption scandals, handing the World Cup to Qatar threw up a number of logistical questions. Doha had initially proposed to hold the tournament in June, but with temperatures topping 42 degrees in the summer, fears over the safety of fans and players out on the field forced FIFA to move the competition to November. Qatar has also faced criticism over the working conditions of people building the stadiums. Last year, The Guardian reported that more than 6,500 migrant workers had died since Qatar won the right to host the World Cup. The British newspaper said the workers, mostly from India, Pakistan and Nepal, dealt with slave-like conditions on construction sites. FIFA's president insists the situation is improving.
No, we shouldn't go back, we should go look forward, and we should go look at what has happened, because all the changes that have happened in this country in terms of human rights and workers' rights and so on, human rights would not have happened, or certainly not at the same speed, without the projectors of the World Cup.
During their qualifiers, Germany, Norway and the Netherlands wore T-shirts protesting Qatar's human rights record. FIFA chose not to punish the players for the move, arguing it believed the power of football is a force for good. Criminals in Qatar still face the death penalty, and same-sex relationships are banned.
And we'll be covering live that all-important draw at 6:15 p.m. Paris time. That's 16:15 GMT. And that's it for this edition. Do stay with us here on France 24.
Hello and welcome to the very last stop of our election road trip. Our journey across France to explore voters' key concerns ahead of the upcoming presidential election. Today, we're leaving the French Caribbean and heading to Paris. So we've made it back to the French capital, the beating heart of the country's economy. Usually a bustling hub for culture and gastronomy, Paris was badly hit by the pandemic.
We don't have enough jobs, and when you have rent to pay and children to feed, it's not easy. And to be honest, the government isn't doing much to address that.
We saw a move to buy products made in France during the COVID crisis.
Nobody's able to say for certain if this crisis is a thing of the past. We are seeing that our clients are starting to come back.
Successive COVID lockdowns brought French cities to a standstill and kept millions of foreign tourists away. A closer look now at the economic legacy of COVID here in France.
France's GDP growth saw a spectacular rebound in 2021, soaring over 7%. A better-than-expected performance that makes up for the 8.3% drop at the height of the pandemic in 2020. The increase puts France at the top of the European economic charts. Unemployment levels are also encouraging, with close to 480,000 fewer job seekers this year. The proportion of Category A job seekers in the working population is down to 7.6%, the lowest since 2012. There are several explanations behind these figures: new hires delayed by the pandemic, an unemployment benefit reform, the sudden spike in apprenticeships, and the post-COVID Great Resignation, which saw thousands of people quitting their jobs in pursuit of a better life. But the top priority is purchasing power, badly hindered by inflation at 2.9% this January because of rising energy prices and their impact on production costs, fuel, and food prices. Purchasing power was one of the central concerns of the Yellow Vest movement and will be a crucial talking point for the candidates. In response, the government put in place shock absorbers, fuel vouchers, price controls, and inflation subsidies.
The vast majority of COVID restrictions have now been lifted in the French capital. But as to whether voters are still feeling the financial effects of the crisis, it depends who you ask.
I've been very negatively impacted by the economic crisis. There's less and less work around. We don't have enough jobs, and when you have rent to pay and children to feed, it's not easy. And to be honest, the government isn't doing much to address that.
I think that things are gradually getting better. I think people are keen to get back to normal life. People want to enjoy themselves again. And the state did do a fair amount to support the economy. Unemployment is also going down.
During this presidential election, we're not talking much about things like culture, the economy, even healthcare. And maybe we should be. Even students aren't talking about these things enough. And at the end of the day, the economy as a country is beating hard.
The health crisis was particularly catastrophic for France's hospitality sector. We're meeting Isabelle Alain-Tasson, operations director at luxury group Albar, whose five-star hotel in central Paris opened a fortnight before France's first COVID lockdown in 2020. Isabelle Alain-Tasson, your hotel had its grand opening right as the first COVID restrictions were being implemented here in France. What sort of impact did that have?
The consequences were drastic. It was dramatic. We had to furlough our staff, and that was incredibly frustrating for us because we'd been working on this project for 5 years. 5 years of hard work for our operations team, our building teams, our housekeeping teams, the hotel workers. We'd been setting everything up so that we'd be able to welcome our clientele with that famous French savoir-faire, with everything you hope to experience in a luxury hotel. It's very frustrating to not have welcomed those guests, to have missed out on the experience of seeing clients' excitement when they discover a new establishment.
The whole luxury hotel sector was extremely badly hit during the pandemic. How did you weather the storm?
The first thing we wanted to do was to help the community. We got in touch with hospitals here in Paris, and we decided to open our doors to the nursing staff that were keeping things going. We welcomed nurses from Brittany and also from the south of France, and actually there were some doctors. And then we had to quickly implement a COVID health protocol and a health certificate so that our workers, clients and the nurses and doctors could be safely welcomed and in the best possible conditions. We also put a lot of effort into coming up with workshops. We made sure our online presence was up to date, and we made sure that our staff were eligible for wage supplements from the state. We also did a lot of other things, including coming up with new types of offers for our clients.
Énormément d'autres choses comme faire découvrir d'autres offres, mise en place d'autres offres pour la clientèle.
To what extent did the state step in to help you stay afloat?
We received state help that paid for a part of our salary costs when our staff were on furlough, and we also got some help with our social security payments. We were given the option to borrow some money under a scheme called the PGE, a state-guaranteed loan, which meant increasing our debts. And we're going to have to pay this state-guaranteed loan back starting this year, 2022, and that's going to be very difficult with repayments scheduled over the next 6 years. But right now, a number of big hotel groups are in talks with the government to try to get that extended to 10 years. And I should also say that in 2021, we received a number of different state subsidies.
Would you say that things are now getting back to normal for luxury hotels like yours? Is the crisis now a thing of the past?
Nobody's able to say for certain if this crisis is a thing of the past. But we are seeing that our clients are starting to come back. When we opened our doors again in September 2021, we had an amazing response from French clients, but also from neighbouring countries. Lots of people from Italy, Spain, Germany, England and Portugal. But then with the arrival of the Omicron variant, we saw the number of bookings plummet. We had a huge number of cancellations. For hotels here in Paris, including our Maison Albart hotels, January and February were very difficult. But now, despite everything, reservations are on the up. I'd even say there's a lot of demand, corporate clients, but also from tourists. March is looking pretty good, and April and May are looking great too. So we're pretty positive, and we're going to stay positive, just like we always are.
Isabelle Alain-Tasson, thank you so much for answering our questions.
Je vous en prie, c'était un plaisir de vous recevoir.
The health crisis and the e-commerce boom that ensued were a death knell for many non-essential businesses. Those still standing have had to embrace change.
This was Paris in March 2020. Streets, boulevards and avenues were frozen in time, a city in lockdown. Shops were shuttered as the French government stepped in to cover losses and keep bankruptcies to the minimum. 2 years and several waves of contamination later, a return to normal is long overdue.
I would say business returned to areas outside the capital very well. Paris a little less so. It's suffering from the lack of tourists. There's still a big hole in our business. There are no Asian tourists, a few Americans, and very few from South America. We're really missing Asian customers.
For watch designer Alain Marique, online sales were a question of survival, promoting products manufactured in France.
We saw a move to buy products made in France during the COVID crisis. At the start, people were saying, we'll buy French. It may be a good first step towards saving the economy.
Tourist visits to Paris are still around 50% down on what they should be normally. The Wallenberg brothers, too, have had to rethink sales in their bag and accessories shop.
Bags for men sold less well during COVID. We focused more on our women's range than the men's.
Tourists accounted for half the shop's customers, so the brothers switched to digital communication, search engine optimization, and different influencers to keep the business going.
We've relied totally on this, especially abroad, where we had a real increase in orders, selling women's bags in the United States and in Europe. We did everything we could to increase sales on the internet, which went pretty well and which saved our lives.
Turnover has almost returned to 2019 levels. 70% of the sales are now on the internet, with even local residents preferring to buy online. The COVID-19 epidemic has accelerated a trend already underway. E-commerce now accounts for about 15% of purchases in France.
That brings us to the final episode of our election road trip, which means the first round of voting is now just days away. From all France 24 channels, English, French, Arabic and Spanish, thank you for joining us on what's been a rather epic journey around France.
la République russe.
Welcome back. You're watching France 24. Coming up, as Russian forces pull back from around Ukraine's capital, and international inspectors confirm the withdrawal of Russian forces from the Chernobyl nuclear site. Elsewhere, the fighting rages. We'll be crossing live to Catherine Norris Trent in the northeast city of Kharkiv. The International Red Cross allowed to send a convoy of buses to evacuate civilians from Mariupol. Empty buses. Russia denying permission to bring aid into the besieged port city. European gas prices dip as the Kremlin leaves the taps open for now. Moscow saying it would honor outstanding orders, but still demanding that Western companies pay in rubles. Coming up, who plays who among the 32 teams going to Qatar in November? Yes, after the news, a special edition, full coverage of the World Cup draw hosted by Jean-Emile Jamin. In the next hour, the world this week, as we try to cut through the fog of war in Ukraine, from Kyiv's claim that Russian soldiers were forced to dig trenches in a radioactive forest near Chernobyl, to Moscow's promises of a pullout from points north of the capital. Tell us what you think on Facebook and Twitter. The hashtag is World This Week. Hello everyone, I'm François Picard. The Russians are pulling back from Kyiv and Chernihiv, two northern cities in Ukraine. But what about Kharkiv? Ukrainian authorities warning of preparations for a fresh assault on the country's second city. France 24's Catherine Norris Trent and Roméo Langlois spoke to some of those who refused to leave despite the daily bombardment.
War has reduced these streets to a wasteland. The neighbourhood of Saltivka, on the northern edge of Kharkiv, whose housing estates have been blasted by Russian shelling. All but a handful of residents have fled. Ludmila is 75 years old and only one of 5 left in her block. She's relieved to find some company. On the 23rd of March, her building was hit.
Тоже наши едут с подъезда. Спасибо вам большое. Как страшно вы в такое время, такие обстрелы. Ночью сегодня очень было страшно. И сегодня целый день.
This family has fled the bombing to sleep elsewhere, but they still bring food out of solidarity.
Приезжаем каждый день, с соседями здороваемся. И уезжаем обратно вечером. Помогаем, что-то привозим, что-то не привозим. И уезжаем обратно.
Every day and night here is punctuated now by the sound of explosions as artillery pounds the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city. At least 300 people have been killed here under fire. For the past 5 weeks, at every alert, Ludmila's been sheltering in this basement with her neighbor Sanya.
Никогда не думала, что Путин. Как можно людей, детей маленьких.
Ludmila grew up in Soviet Russia and simply can't believe what's happening.
Папа мой воевал, защитник Сталинграда был. Кто мог подумать, что Путин такое сделает в Харькове, как Сталинград сделал. Даже животное это не сделает, это подонок.
During a brief lull in fighting, Sanya takes us to the spot where a shell blasted through an apartment a week ago. We're just over 30 kilometers from the border with Russia, where many people have strong cultural or family ties.
была мирная жизнь, никто нигде никого не трогал, никакой русский язык не был ущемлен. Я сам русский, я говорю по-русски, по-украински я меньше разговариваю. И жили все нормально. И вот что получили мы.
The calm doesn't last long. The Ukrainian forces return fire.
Это накрывают ту сторону.
Fighting continues around Kharkiv, to the north and the east of the city. In the past few days, the Ukrainian army says that it's managed to regain territory and push back Russian troops.
Well, Catherine Norris-Trent joins us now from Kharkiv. Catherine, tell us where you are.
Yes, good evening. I'm in a metro station, a subway station, just a short drive away from those scenes you saw there in the north of Kharkiv. And in fact, many of the people, many of the 700 people sheltering here on the platforms, on the stairs and on the empty train carriages behind me are from that neighbourhood and have come here, many been here for several weeks now, to escape that almost incessant bombing. I've spoken to one lady here who said she arrived on the first day of this war, on the 24th of February, and that she's only planning to leave when the war stops. People here are tired, they're exhausted, they're crammed in next to each other, very little privacy. There's no hot water, there are washrooms, toilets, but they've got very little supplies with them. They only go out when they dare to get supplies from their homes, and many people have their homes and their possessions have been damaged and they fled here very quickly. So it's a very difficult existence for people here in Kharkiv now, 5 weeks into the war. And people here telling me that they're still scared that the Russian forces could destroy their city. They've been watching what's been going on in the city of Mariupol, another city in the east of Ukraine, down in the south. Here we're up in the northeast. But they're worried that because they're close to the Russian border, that many people here, ethnic Russians and Russian-speaking, that they could still very much be a target.
And incredible scenes earlier, what you witnessed there with those apartment blocks outside, virtually empty.
Absolutely, most people have fled. The local authorities in Kharkiv said that around a third of the population of the city has left altogether. They've gone further west in Ukraine, and many of them have crossed borders as well elsewhere in Europe. And in these northern suburbs and eastern suburbs, which are closest to the front line of fighting, very many people have left their homes. There are only a few people holding out there, reluctant or unable to go. A lot of them, as you saw in our report, are elderly people or people who are alone, who say they have nowhere to go, that they don't want to come and sleep here in the metro. They don't want to leave their belongings and their lives behind. But there's this constant threat of terror. I mean, there are so many air raid alerts here. People have become used almost to rushing down to those bomb shelters and eking out an existence there.
Catherine Norris-Trent reporting live from a metro station in Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv. Many thanks for that update. The International Committee of the Red Cross says a convoy it's organized has been denied permission to bring aid into the besieged port city of Mariupol. The Red Cross said it hoped to lead an evacuation of thousands of civilians from the city this day, but they still were waiting on concrete agreements on where those fleeing residents could go to.
There is no plan B here. We have been working for weeks and telling the media about our efforts to get into Mariupol with aid and to allow the safe passage of civilians out of the city. Time is running out for the people of Mariupol.
Now, partner station France 2 went to the Ukrainian side of the front line near Mariupol. It's a report read by Sinead McCausland.
In search of basic necessities after weeks of Russian shelling, civilians stuck in Mariupol often have to walk miles to find food. Aid convoys have been barred from entering. In recent days, Russian-backed separatists and forces who control this neighborhood have distributed humanitarian aid to civilians, like in this parking lot. Residents struggle to comprehend the horror that has been inflicted on their home.
Куда нам деваться? Страшно. Как вы думаете, жить и ходить мимо, где валяются трупы, не страшно?
Которых не закапывают по 2 недели.
Despite calls for a ceasefire in Mariupol to let civilians leave through humanitarian corridors, the war on the ground continues. Fighting persists in the city, where graves have recently been dug for those killed.
Это где бабушка. Дочка похоронила маму.
Fresh efforts are underway to evacuate those still trapped in the city. On Thursday, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister said a convoy of 45 buses was on its way to help civilians escape through the proposed route via the Russian-controlled port of Berdyansk. The United Nations Refugee Agency and the Red Cross are to facilitate the safe passage from Mariupol. The evacuation was originally scheduled for Thursday, but the Red Cross will now try again to lead the operation Friday.
Les gens sont dans la ville sans accès à l'eau, à la nourriture, à l'aide humanitaire. Et donc, il est extrêmement important que cette opération puisse avoir lieu comme prévu.
The only condition for the evacuation to take place is that all parties respect the ceasefire.
Ukraine's capital getting the surprise visit of the president of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, making the trip. She was shown around by the Speaker of Parliament, Ruslan Stefanchuk, promising that the EU would be helping to Ukraine in its aspiration to become a member of the bloc and would also get help in rebuilding its cities. April the 1st means that, according to what Vladimir Putin said Thursday, the Kremlin would start shutting the tap on those who don't pay for Russian natural gas in rubles. That's not happened so far. Moscow saying it would honor outstanding orders. It's still demanding, though, that those Western companies pay in Russian currency. Coming up next, special edition, the full World Cup draw hosted by Jean-Émile Jamin right here on France 24.
Your needs are changing, and so is France24.com. With articles, reports, the latest international news, all our programmes available on replay, together with live broadcasting 24/7. Intuitive, fast, and available in 4 languages. France24.com. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith.
All the latest in politics, economics, and the arts in Africa on France 24. Our journalists are in every region, every country, to report on the emergence of a continent of unparalleled riches. Bringing you Africa's stories on France 24.
Thanks for joining us. Do so again. Take care.
Liberté, égalité, actualité. Some of the world's most influential people talk to France 24.
Government cannot do much promotion of human value.
Politicians.
E acho que sem política não há democracia.
Scientists, athletes, and artists. Get all the insight.
The government is still spying.
And the voices that matter on France 24.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Sports, your programme for the latest sports news.
France 24 keeps you up to date with all the latest from the world of sport. All the action, all the results, all the emotion.
Sports on France 24 and France24.com.
Hello and welcome to this France 24 sports special covering the FIFA World Cup draw in Qatar. I'm Jean-Émile Jamin, and in the studio today with me is Eurosport journalist Ruben Slachter and OJB sensation Ojora Babatunde. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today to go over all the analysis and the results of this draw. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, it's been 12 years since Qatar's name was revealed in that FIFA envelope as hosts for the 2022 World Cup. And now here we sit, Just 233 days to go before the first match kicks off at the Al Khor Stadium. There's also the not so small matter of knowing who plays who come the 21st of November, and we will have all of those answers in just over an hour as the World Cup draw has got underway at the Doha Exhibition and Conference Centre. 32 teams will battle it out for football's most coveted prize, this now the 22nd edition of the World Cup. So far, 29 have been confirmed in the qualification process, with some matches still to play, and we will bring you all the permutations in just a bit. But the build-up to the World Cup has not been smooth sailing. In fact, far from it. To bring us up to speed, here's France 24's Yinka Oyetade.
The 2022 FIFA World Cup has been shrouded in controversy from the moment Qatar was awarded the tournament back in 2010. Soon after the Arab states was named as hosts, allegations of bribery were levelled at FIFA and the organisation's then president, Sepp Blatter.
If the government will try to intervene in FIFA's organisation, then something is wrong. I think the FIFA is strong enough that we can deal with our problems.
The accusations would eventually end Blatter's 17-year tenure. He was forced to resign in 2015. Away from corruption scandals, handing the World Cup to Qatar threw up a number of logistical questions. Doha had initially proposed to hold the tournament in June, but with temperatures topping 42 degrees in the summer, fears over the safety of fans and players out on the field forced FIFA to move the competition to November. Qatar has also faced criticism over the working conditions of people building the stadiums. Last year, The Guardian reported that more than 6,500 migrant workers had died since Qatar won the right to host the World Cup. The British newspaper said the workers, mostly from India, Pakistan and Nepal, dealt with slave-like conditions on construction sites. FIFA's president insists the situation is improving.
No, we shouldn't go back, we should go look forward, and we should go look at what has happened, because all the changes that have happened in this country in terms of human rights and workers' rights and so on, human rights would not have happened, or certainly not at the same speed, without the projectors of the World Cup.
During their qualifiers, Germany, Norway and the Netherlands wore T-shirts protesting Qatar's human rights record. FIFA chose not to punish the players for the move, arguing it believed the power of football is a force for good. Criminals in Qatar still face the death penalty, and same-sex relationships are banned.
A lot to digest there. Well, we now have the pleasure of going straight live to Doha, where the draw is currently playing out, and I'm joined by France 24 special envoy Ramohan Pateria. Ramohan, please just describe the ambience there. Obviously, we've been covering a lot of the difficulties that Qatar has faced, but now we are finally at the draw stage. What is it like? What is the sense of occasion?
Well, the city is, this is the major event in the city of Doha. Hundreds of people have been walking on the red carpet towards the final draw. And the final draw should start at any minute. The convention center is full of people, full of VIPs and journalists, and including the French coach Didier Deschamps. Let me tell you that this afternoon I had a chance to visit one of the best stadiums, which will take the final, the FIFA final game there. Well, the stadium is all finished, and it is ready to welcome their visitors. The stadium has a capacity to hold over 85,000 visitors, and it has an incredible solar power cooling system to reduce the temperature up to 20 degrees. And they have also taken the measure of sandstorm. In case of any sandstorm there, they have built in such a way so not a single pinch of sand goes inside the stadium.
And of course, very important considering that it's going to be a Winter World Cup. The heat, obviously meaning that it will be played in November. But talking about those stadiums, there has been a lot of controversy leading up to this World Cup, in particular regarding the rights of workers on those stadiums. Of course, we've all been privy to that information, but how is Qatar responding to those allegations that it hasn't treated migrant workers particularly well?
Well, since the Qatar won the bid of FIFA World Cup in 2010, the Qatar has been under the spotlight of developed countries, journalists, and NGOs. And actually, Qatar has tried to do their best, but we should not forget that it's been only 66 years since Qatar has abolished their slavery law. So it takes time for them to change. And we should also not forget that since 2020, since they have abolished the kafala law, things have improved vastly. A lot of things have changed. But we should always say that there's still a few things that need to change. Yesterday, I had a chance to visit one of the camps where in a 10 square meter, 6 or 8 migrant workers are living. There's not even a single window. The condition is not the best of living there. And also the salary, the minimum wage salary is $274, which is not enough for those migrant workers because the life is expensive in the city of Qatar or in Qatar. So they spend most of their money here. And because they spend most of their money in Qatar and they have only $100 or $70 to send to their families, they are obliged to work extra. And when they are working extra, 4 hours, 5 hours extra work, this is what when things goes wrong. So there is still few space where the things have to improve. I will not say that things have completely changed, but there is a big change since 2020, since the kafala law has abolished.
Thanks so much, Ramahan. Well, we recently heard an irate Netherlands coach, Louis van Gaal, launch a tirade about his opinions on the tournament with some profanities, it must be said. This is what FIFA President Gianni Infantino had to say in response, specifically on those working conditions which Ramahan touched upon there.
So I think that the legacy in terms of human rights, workers' rights, is and has been reached already before the World Cup. It's important that it is here to stay. And it will stay. It will stay because it is enshrined in legislation and because this legislation is now being effectively enforced as well by the government. I mean, there are people who are prosecuted, there are people who go to jail, owners of companies who don't pay their workers correctly and so on and so forth. Of course, it's not paradise. Of course, it's not perfect. Of course, there's still work to be done, but we need to stay there. We need to continue. We need to work together. We need to encourage change because not everyone wants change.
Of course, FIFA also having to deal with the complexities, guys, of Russia not participating as well. So that's another thing having to juggle. Ruben, with everything that has been said and all the issues faced in the build-up, how would you, as a journalist, feel going to Qatar, fulfilling your duties there?
Well, it's really important that the journalists are going there right now because this is such an important moment already, for Qatar. And okay, let's hope that the words of Gianni Infantino will be true. I doubt it a little bit, but okay, you never know. At the same time, it's really important that the journalists are now there and that we hope, and it's not always the case, I get the impression, that they can really do their work well, that they can go to those places, that they can do the real reports, because there has been so many estimations about the number of workers' death, for example. Okay, we heard the 6,000 from the Guardian, but we also heard Gianni Infantino himself say that it was only 3 people. So that's quite a huge difference. It's really important now that the people are there. I think getting leaving Qatar is not an option anymore. So the tournament is there. Now just make the best out of it.
Yeah, Nojora, do you think that with all of this being said, that there may be a problem of sports washing per se, that we are focused so much on the game, on the draw itself tonight, that we forget about all of those other issues that might be at play? That football is being used as a tool to go over all of those problems?
No, not at all. I think Infantino, like you rightly said, and like Ruben mentioned, it's good that journalists are there. As journalists, we're there to report what's happening and what people are not seeing. Sometimes we only look at the positive of these things, but looking at it like what we've seen in tournaments, like what happened in Cameroon as well, journalists were on ground to report the negative sides. So it's going to see the whole world is watching, despite the fact of what has happened there. We're watching to see what our colleagues in Qatar will bring out if what Infantino had said that, okay, this is not more of, people not getting paid or whatever. So we are waiting for journalists to see what they'll bring there. And for me, I think it's a good thing that they are even hosting this World Cup in the Middle East.
So it's all about accountability then, basically being able to witness it, bring it back home then, both on the sporting front and then on outside the stadium.
Yeah, well, that's our work, so that's really important to do it. I also want to mention just the Winter Olympics we had, where it wasn't possible in Beijing to do anything, also because of the COVID situation over there. And we've seen it also in Russia 2018, for example. But I really hope that the people who will go there get all the possibilities to have a look, to talk to the right people. And what I've seen until now was encouraging, but still not enough, I would say. It's also true that this is a young country. There's still a lot to change. So let's hope that what Gianni Infantino says is true, that football can help by making those important changes.
And speaking of the football, well, the World Cup is set to be played out with over 1 million fans expected to descend on the Gulf country, more or less the same size as Wales. And it's, of course, a gargantuan logistical task off the pitch, but on the pitch too. Now, the organisers have had to find creative ways to determine how the draw proceeds. So let's look at how it all works. There are 4 pots for the draw, based on the FIFA World Rankings. However, Qatar, as can be seen there, they're guaranteed to be in pot 1 as they are the hosts. And they will automatically be drawn into Group A. The other teams in the first pot will be the other 7th highest ranked sides. Pot 2 will then include the next 8 highest ranked sides, with pot 3 including the next 8 after that. However, pot 4 is interesting. There will be 5 places in there defined by rank. 2 of the other 3, though, will be used as a placeholder for intercontinental playoffs. And the last spot will go to the winner of the playoff between Wales and either Scotland or Ukraine, whose semi-final has been delayed by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there's also geographical restriction on each group. Each continent can also only have 1 representative per group, aside from Europe, which can have 2 as it supplies 13 of those 32 competitors. And just a final word on that. Unlike previous World Cups, the match will be the schedules will be decided afterwards and will not happen automatically following this draw. So, guys, let's start with Pool 1 then. As we said, Qatar is automatically placed as hosts and also enters their first ever World Cup, their first FIFA World Cup. They're the only debutants. So, joining them will be 5 times champions Brazil, recently placed top of the FIFA rankings. Then it's the usurped Red Devils of Belgium, hoping to get their first ever international trophy. The reigning champions, France, they will be hoping that they can do a repeat of 4 years ago. Then Argentina, led by Lionel Messi. Well, let's see if he can finally get his hands on a World Cup. Then will it be coming home, England?
Again.
Possibly, possibly not. Obviously, very, very strong in the Euro from last year. And, of course, Spain, 2010 victors, their one and only World Cup. And finally, that first pot, Portugal, with that star-studded front line, including Cristiano Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo Silva, Diogo Jota, and João Felix. So, guys, Ojora, I want to start with you. Any names stand out there as clear favourites for this tournament?
Ici, c'est Paris. It should be France. Looking at how they won the World Cup in Russia, and looking at the team, looking at Kylian Mbappe, he was a teenager then, but now he's grown to become a man, and N'Golo Kante is there as well. Pogba is there, and recently in an interview, he said whenever he played for France, it gives 110%. So I want to go with France as the clear favourite to lift this trophy in the Middle East in Qatar.
Ruben, do you agree?
Yes. Yeah, it's not a lot of fun when I agree on that one, but yeah, I agree. It's also interesting how Kylian Mbappe will react, because we remember how they went out against Switzerland in the Euros because of his missed penalty. So it's really interesting if he will now stand up of that new statue he has as the best player in the world, maybe. And with Karim Benzema coming back as well, that front line is just incredible. France is the favorite. The issue for France, of course, is will they finally play like champions? Because it has always been so defensive, waiting. Well, the last friendlies were interesting, so I hope that this will be a start of something new. We will see, but it's clear that France is, because of their individual qualities, is the main favorite.
And we'll see if those problems in the camp have well and truly sorted themselves out. Obviously, those well-documented problems from earlier in the season. Now, of course, Portugal, they came through having knocked out North Macedonia in those final qualifiers through the skin of their teeth. North Macedonia invariably actually knocked out Italy, one of the shocks of the World Cup campaign so far. Italy placed 6th in the world. I want to cross over now to our sports editor, Simon Harding, who is in Milan, in actual fact, where I want to just ask about what it meant to be knocked out at such an early stage from the Italians. They are 4-time world champions. Simon, Leonardo Bonucci, central defender for Italy, he came out now saying that basically the World Cup qualification process, it was just, he actually said, ridiculous. But now I just want to know, does he have a point? And is it something that we should look to, that Italy, the grand masters of the World Cup, did not actually make it to the tournament proper?
No, not at all. He doesn't have a point at all, because the qualification process is well defined. It's the rules are the same for everyone ahead of the tournament. The reality is that Italy threw away their qualification when they had opportunities against Northern Ireland in their final group stage matches. Against Macedonia, they shot 32 times their goal, and conceded just 4 shots. So the reality is that Italy just had a shocking passage of form after winning the Euros, and that's what makes it all the more surprising, Jean-Neil, is that Italy won the Euros with a young, youthful team. Roberto Mancini, everyone was saying that it was going to be, the start of the golden generation, perhaps, of Italian football. And if you look at the reactions following Italy's dismissal from that World Cup, you see the Gazzetta dello Sport, one of the most popular sports newspapers, said "Disastro Italia," the disaster for Italy. ANSA said "Tragedia Italiana," the Italian tragedy. So a lot of issues there for this Italian team. How are they going to respond? Bearing in mind that since Italy have won the World Cup in 2006, they went out in the group stages in 2010, they went out in the group stages in 2014, and have now failed to qualify for the last 2 World Cups. So if Italy manage to qualify for the next tournament in North America, it'll be 12 years since they featured. And as you mentioned, as 4-time winners, that's not good enough. But Italy, of course, not the only ones not to qualify for this World Cup. We know that France 24 followed massively in Africa. 3 African giants will not be in Qatar: Egypt, Nigeria, and Algeria. Of course, Egypt, who had qualified 3 times, 1934, 1990, and most recently in 2018. Carlos Queiroz has stepped down since losing that playoff against Senegal. It means that Mo Salah won't feature at the tournament. And of course, when you see the quality that Mo Salah possesses, it is very sad. But Egypt paid the price for playing very negative defensive football, and so were knocked out by a superior Senegalese team. Nigeria is the big shock. Nigeria had qualified for the last 3 editions of the World Cup, but it was the end of an era of this Nigerian. Some of the players that really led the team, like Odion Igalo, like Ahmed Musa, who were coming to the end of their career. And Nigeria now really needs to rebuild. The Nigerians who were also knocked out in the last 16 of the Africa Cup of Nations back in January, February. And of course, what to say about Algeria, the Desert Foxes, who were touted as the clear favourites to win AFCON, who then got knocked out in the group stages and then conceded a last-minute goal in extra time against Cameroon to be knocked out of that tournament. So very interesting to see, and a lot of big teams, big names missing from this World Cup. But of course, Italy will be the one that really stands out.
Thanks, Simon. Simon Harding from Milan talking about Italy. Simon, we'll be with you in just a second. Guys, we will also talk about those teams which failed to qualify. Obviously, your hometown and your home country, Ojota. So, we are missing some really impressive teams. And we will be touching on in a second just how an expanded World Cup might look now for the future. But as it is, on to Pool 2 for today's draw, starting with Mexico. Now, they qualified in their last match as second placed in the CONCACAF qualifiers. The perennial underachievers, then 2010 finalists, the Netherlands, Ruben's country, are also there. Christian Eriksen returns to the field to play for Denmark after his tragic events last year on the field in the Euros. And we'll notice that for the first time in a long time, Germany are not in the top seeds going into an international tournament. And of course, that means we could immediately see a potential group of death scenario where they are involved. Two times champions Uruguay, well, they also, the first ever World Cup hosts in 1930 are also there. The Swiss will hope to build on their brilliant Euro 2020 run where they knocked out France. And then it's the up-and-coming USA team full of star-studded players, young guys like Christian Pulisic, Serginho Dest, these guys, Gio Reyna, even Borussia Dortmund. Guys, these are quality players for the USA. So very interesting to see how they can come through. And then finally, last but not least, 2018 finalists Croatia. So we don't know what they're going to do with an aging squad. Luka Modric, Mario Mandzukic is already out. Ivan Rakitic also, that midfield fulcrum. Any teams here, I'll start with you, Ruben. Any teams here that you feel the top place teams in pot 1 will not be wanting to face?
Yeah, Germany, and well, I'm biased, but I would say the Dutch as well. I think that there's something interesting going on in the Netherlands right now with all those, especially good defenders. Louis van Gaal is building a team. He still has now 9 months. It's getting better and better and better. I think the Dutch, well, you can't call them the dark horses, but they have a real card to play. I think that those two teams, they don't want to play. Probably Denmark or Croatia would be an easier pick. Uruguay is an interesting team, in fact, because they were really bad. They switched the manager, and since then they have become quite interesting to watch. So I'm also looking forward to see how
we saw that Luis Suarez bicycle kick in the final qualifier. Yeah. I mean, they're finally finding that flair again.
And Valverde, it's a fantastic player. So yeah, Uruguay, why not? Mexico were impressive in the group stages in Russia, so maybe they can build on that. And you talked about the USA, so there's a lot of interesting teams in this second pot.
Speaking of the USA, Jordan, I saw you nodding your head there, just in terms of that fresh, now youthful look. They really could take world football to the next level, at least themselves. Are you excited? I mean, is that a standout name for you in terms of that seeding?
Yes, I'm looking at USA and Mexico. They will be co-hosting with Canada the next World Cup in the real world, like 48 teams. So the team, they're doing well. Pulisic and Dest in Barcelona has been something else. Oh my God! I'll go with. I'm a Chelsea fan, so Pulisic. There's a name we call him in Nigeria. We say the Golden Boy. So I see him leading this team. Probably cause some damage with the pot 1 teams, and maybe they'll probably go all the way to the finals. Who knows?
So USA, a team to avoid then?
They are. For me, I would go USA, then maybe Germany after USA.
Do you think Germany still has that cohesion that we saw, at least in the 2014 World Cup? Obviously, they lost it, and Joachim Löw, he's gone out now. We've got a brilliant coaching setup now, which has just emerged through Hansi Flick. But do you think Germany can now reach those same heights as 2014?
It will be difficult for Germany to replicate that, considering what they are going through. Hansi Flick is doing a great job, but looking at some of their games, I mean, they lost to North Macedonia, and you will see that they're still trying to get their feet, and it will be difficult for them because now everything is not more like we've got the underdogs. Everybody's there to win the game. So I think it will be difficult for Germany to replicate what they did in 2014.
Precisely there. North Macedonia absolutely taking some names along the way to the qualification process. It's almost a pity. Well, it really is a pity that we don't get to see them this time out, but certainly they'll come out with their heads held high. Well, then we have pot 3 and 4. So could this be the chance for Africa as the Lions of Teranga, Senegal, fresh off their AFCON title triumph and knocking out Egypt in the qualifier, well, they start the list. Next come Iran, who had a very strong qualifying campaign in the Asian groups. Japan, too, enter their 7th World Cup in a row since 1998. Morocco next, the Maghreb nation hoping Achraf Hakimi can work some magic from right back. Then Serbia, they're led by Alexander Mitrovic. Poland by the mercurial Robert Lewandowski. And South Korea with star man Heung-min Song. And finally, Tunisia complete pot 3 after dispatching of Mali. Ruben, some individuals there leading the lines for their country. I don't know if you can say that they are teams which can progress all the way, but certainly they've got that one person, that one player that can make the difference in the game.
Yeah, and Senegal is the team nobody wants to play. That's for sure. Senegal is by far the best team in this spot, in my opinion. So I think that every team. I think that when you are a team in pot 2, for example, pot 1 is not that important. It's really important to not play Senegal from pot 3 because that's the team you don't want to play. There are some other interesting teams. Serbia they won their group in front of Portugal. And they have a really interesting generation, so I'm always looking forward to see them. And from the others, yeah, Japan is always they were sensational in the last World Cup, really good football, so that will be interesting to follow. I think that if you're like I say, a team from pot 2 or pot 1, yeah, you would probably want to play Iran or Tunisia from this spot.
You agree? I mean, Senegal really are flying, and we don't actually know what they're capable of with this golden generation, which is finally achieved under Aliou Cissé. As someone who follows African football intensely, what can we expect?
Senegal got to the quarterfinals in 2002, and looking at this team, Aliou Cissé, like you rightly said, has done great things with this team. He was the captain. He was the captain of the Senegalese national team, and now he has gone as far as winning the trophy for them for the first time. I was at the presser when Sadio Mane said Aliou Cissé is the most criticized coach, but he has achieved a lot. Looking at how he has assembled this team, they've got players from Division 2, Division 3 here in France. A Parisian player that plays in the League 2. He managed to bring all these guys together and get the best out of them. They knew what was at stake, and they went all the way, to hot Egypt to pick this ticket. So I think, like Ruben rightly said, every team in pot 1 should be worried and scared. Like Senegal is going to hurt them. The Teranga Lions are coming to really roll at them.
So imagine a pot then. We could possibly get France, Germany, Senegal. This is, something that I think would.
Then we have
That's
really
why we love football.
we hope. But at the same time, also Senegal has to speak out about it. Come on, this is their golden generation. They have to go through. Okay, we'll see who they will play. But this is such a good team. So many individual qualities. We have seen good football from them in the African Cup of Nations. But you also still had the idea that they can do better. They can still do better. I'm really excited to see them and hopefully get out of the groups, because they can be that African team that can go really, really far into the World Cup.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of African teams in that pot 3. Simon, I want to come back to you. You went to you went to Cameroon, rather, and witnessed the entire tournament. Obviously, now we've got Morocco, Tunisia, and Senegal in that pot 3. What are the African chances of making it far this time around?
Well, I have to agree with the other gentleman that Senegal is by far the team to watch out for in this tournament. Aliou Cissé has really drilled a potent team with some class players. Some of the best players are currently available in almost every position. You think of Mendy in goal, Koulibaly at the back, Sadio Mane, of course, goes without saying. You have Boulaye Dia, who plays for Villarreal in Spain as well. Perhaps the one thing that is missing for that Senegalese team is an out-and-out striker to really solidify the rest of the squad. But as Ruben said, and I must agree, Senegal need to up their game. They need to learn to put away opposition. For example, in their last World Cup qualifier against Egypt, we were at the game, France 24 were at the game, and there were too many times when Senegal wasted chances. And in a World Cup with so much at stake, that is when you're going to pay those chances. In terms of the rest of the African teams there, Morocco are going through a rebuilding period. Tough to say, just with Achraf Hakimi, is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Tunisia also don't have the strength and depth in their squad. I think it's going to be a very difficult tournament for Tunisia. I think African football in general has a lot to prove to itself. No team qualified for the knockout phases in Russia in 2018. Senegal were the ones who came closer. So this time around, it is going to be crucial that an African team does make it out of the group stages, particularly with CAF President Patrice Motsepe wanting an African team to win the World Cup in the coming years, in the coming editions, and really trying to push forward the African football agenda globally. Now, of course, that only comes if there is success on the international stage. So it is interesting to see, but apart from Senegal, I don't see much threat from the African nations going into Qatar.
That's a very good point, Simon, you made there about the African teams not succeeding in the last World Cup. Of course, we remember in the 2010, all the way back then, Ghana just missing out on that semi-final spot, losing out with that tragic penalty to, missing out on that penalty. Asamoah Gyan blazing over the bar. I myself was actually right behind that goal when that happened. Obviously, we want those smaller teams, not, with all due respect, the teams who have not traditionally gone on to do well in the tournament. We want them to really shine. So what is it going to take just for, I guess, to see an underdog perform?
Quickly, I need to add this to what the gentleman said. I think an African team is ripe for the quarterfinals. Looking at how Cameroon got to the quarterfinals in the 1990, and also after Senegal, then we've got Ghana, like you rightly said. So I think Senegal is the team to just go to the quarterfinals, and we should watch out for them. So now, speaking about the underdogs, Japan, maybe Japan could, looking at what they've, how they qualified in the playoffs. So I think Japan will definitely do something, and also maybe South Korea. I'm looking at an Asian team to cause maybe something like a surprise in the
have a bit of a replay of the 2002 semi-finals when South Korea did so well. Let's see if they can have that team cohesion, not rely too much on Hyun Song. Yeah, absolutely possible. You would also like to see a new team come through, I'm sure.
You always want to see them, and of course there are possibilities. I mean, Qatar is in pot 1. I think that all the teams in pot 3 and 4 want to play them, because that's a real opportunity. And like we said already, pot 2, there's also some teams. I think that when Japan will play Croatia or Denmark, for example, they won't feel that they are the complete underdogs in those matches. So there are possibilities. It's also now what we have seen it in all the World Cups. There's always that one upset we all want to follow. So yeah, why not an Asian team? Could be as well. If you look purely at the qualities they have, for me, it's still Senegal out of this pot who can do the best. But it's also depending a little bit of the groups we're going to see.
Well, we certainly can't wait to see what could be done. And now it comes to the last pot. We see recent AFCON hosts Cameroon, who scraped into the World Cup through a final minute stunner by Kaltoko Ekambi against Algeria. Canada then, their first World Cup in an astonishing 36 years. Ecuador also had a brilliant South American qualifying campaign, finishing ahead of the likes of Colombia and Chile. Saudi Arabia then stunningly topped their age group. And finally, Ghana, the Black Stars, rising from the ashes of obscurity from the AFCON. And unfortunately, sending Nigeria crashing out in their qualifier. I mean, a lot of teams there. We will touch on those other three there in blue. I just wanted you to quickly take me through those emotions of missing out on that World Cup place.
As a journalist, I've got nothing against Ghana, but as a Nigerian, oh no, I'm still hot, man. Saying Ghana come out of the Jollof Derby, it's nothing any Nigerian could imagine. And looking at how Ghana, we eliminated at the Nations Cup. I was there when Comoros, against all odds, did the magic against Ghana. And how they fired their coaching crew, you would have thought, okay, this should be an easy ride for Nigeria. We've got Victor Osimhen, we've got Moses Simon, we've got Leon Balogun, who is scoring day in, day out for Rangers. We've got Kevin Bassey, Ademola Lookman from Leicester City as well. So looking at these names, you will want to believe, okay, this should be a one-way ride for Nigeria. But no, kudos to Ghana for putting up that show, and kudos to the FA and the Sport Ministry, although there were tussles between the Sport Ministry and the Ghana Football Association. The Ghana Football Association wanted Otto Addo, who was a scout in Dortmund, and the Sport Ministry said, I beg your pardon, said no, we want Chris Hughton. And they agreed, and okay, bring these guys together And these guys managed to get them the tickets to the World Cup against all odds. So kudos to them.
It's amazing what a change in coaching staff can do. Well, I mean, we're going to go back just quickly to that pot 4 because it's still up in the air with whether some teams will in fact be playing in the World Cup or not, from Europe, from Asia, from South America, and even Australia, New Zealand and North America. So let's just describe this quickly. With the European spot, that is Scotland and Ukraine. Their match has been delayed because of the war. The winner of that game then faces off against Wales for a place in the World Cup from the European draw. Then we'll also notice all of those qualifiers still to play, with Australia and the UAE finishing third respectively in the Asia qualifiers. So then they play against each other. And the winner of that game has to face off Peru, who, as the 5th placed South American team, will then basically face off against them. And the winner of that team will come through. And the final intercontinental playoff sees 4th placed CONCACAF team, Costa Rica, square off against New Zealand from Oceania for a chance at glory. So a lot of different permutations there. So, well, with every World Cup in living memory, it has served up some very interesting qualifiers, it has to be said. This is the first time in history, though, that it will be just the host nation in Qatar, as mentioned, who will be the debutants. Several huge names we said were missing out, as we spoke to Simon there with that shock in Italy. Ojora, I want to just talk about a possibility now. With the 48 teams which has been now proposed and approved by FIFA in the 2026 World Cup now. How is that going to basically help teams who just didn't make it, like your own Nigeria? And are you pro or against, I know I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here, but the expansion of the World Cup, is it something that has been a long time coming, especially for representation of the likes of African and Asian teams?
I'm against it. No, sorry, I'm for it because looking at how the likes of Nigeria, Egypt, and Nigeria, Egypt, Mali missed out. You would want to ask yourself, okay, are we sure? No disrespect to the teams that are representing Africa right now. They are the best 5 teams, but we've got more. The chances of winning the World Cup would have been more having the likes of Nigeria, Ghana, up to 9-10 teams. So Nigeria missing out is a big plus. Egypt missing out is not a good one as well. So with these teams missing out, Algeria as well. So with now expanding it to 48, you're certain that the likes of Nigeria, Algeria will get back. And Nigeria will want hearts of football fans and the first time USA 94. So we'll definitely want to go back there, and maybe we'll be the first African country to lift the World Cup and the States.
And Ruben, just a very quick word. Are you open to an expansion?
Well, there's no choice, but I'm against it, to be honest. I think it's important to have more African teams, but it's also time, like we already said before, for the African teams to deserve it. If Senegal will qualify for a quarterfinal or semi, or you never know, that would help a lot also for getting more teams in. It's crazy that out of so many good African teams, there are only 5 getting through compared to, for example, Europe. But it's for me, it's more in getting a better balance between them. We've seen with the Euros and with the African Cup of Nations, and especially with the setup of 24 teams there, that you get a lot of group matches with the big teams just warming up. I think that 32 is the best number. I think it should be divided better. That's for sure.
I'm just going to have to cut you quickly short there, because we have our first groups and our first teams basically placed in that group. Group A, we see Qatar, the hosts. Group B, England, 1966 champions. Argentina then in Group C. That's Diego Maradona's former team. France, the former champions, the last champions rather, 2018. They're in Group D. Group E, Spain. Group F is Belgium, the perennial underachievers. As I said, maybe the golden generation can come through here. Group G then is Brazil, 5-time champions led by Neymar. And Group H, Portugal, then rounding up that pot 1. So once again, Group A, Qatar. Group B, England. Group C, Argentina. Group D, France. Group E, Spain. Group F, Belgium. Group G, Brazil, and Group H, Portugal. The pot 2 now is well underway, guys. What are we hoping for here? A little bit of a Qatar matchup with Germany, or do we want to see Germany? Oh, here we go.
There the Dutch are already.
There the Dutch are already. So the Dutch have been drawn out in pot 2. It's going to be a fascinating scene to see where they end up. Of course, the Dutch, as we said, 2010 finalists. They have now been, well, the draw is about to take place.
Group A. It's already in they're already with Qatar.
They're already with Qatar there. That is all confirmed.
Yeah.
That is confirmed. They are joining Qatar in Group A. So Netherlands and Qatar. Then in Group A, it's going to be an interesting one. Of course, Louis van Gaal, the Dutch coach, well, he will be quietly confident that his team can possibly even top that group. Ruben, do you?
Yeah, well, it's. I mean, he has said a lot about Qatar recently, so I don't know if they will be really happy to see Louis van Gaal in their group.
Yeah.
I think that everyone from pot 2 was willing to play Qatar. At the same time, we don't know that much about it, and playing the home team is not that easy. As a Dutchman, I'm really happy we're not playing Portugal. All the others were okay.
We remember all those matches with all the red cards in previous World Cups.
And all the losses.
All the losses
as well, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Ojona. Well, USA, the team we were talking about, they've just been drawn. We'll see what pot... Well, they go into pot B with England. And we take our eyes back to 2010 when the two teams met. And USA pulled off a shock 1-1 draw with the British. I mean, obviously, if you're a Three Lions fan, you'll be hoping that the same won't be repeating. So England and the USA, a very, very interesting matchup between two young teams.
Yes, I agree. And Gareth Southgate is doing wonders with the English team. Unfortunately for them, he didn't come home. He went home. So it would be nice to see what both teams will come up with. Tipping USA to probably pull up a surprise and maybe get a draw, or maybe go as well and get the maximum 3 points against England.
Very, very interesting to see the results there. Now, Mexico have just been drawn into Group C. Yeah. Oh, that is curious, because now that means they are with Argentina.
And we've seen it a lot of times.
Oh, and we have seen that. We remember Maxi Rodriguez's wonder goal for Argentina, knocking them out. Unfortunately, Mexico have been on the receiving end of quite a few knockouts to Argentina. Carlos Tevez with another screamer in 2010.
And also the almost 5-meter offside goal again in that same match of Carlos Tevez. But yeah, well, I think that's...
there's a reason VAR has come in recently, is there not?
Yes, I think that the Mexicans are happy to take a revenge in that one.
So a very interesting one there, Ojora. Argentina, Mexico. We're gonna.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Argentina with Lionel Messi. I think it's going to be Argentina all the way against Mexico.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Messi's...
you stake your reputation on that.
Exactly, yeah, yes.
I mean, Mexico did come second in their CONCACAF group, so did Argentina, but obviously as the winners of the Copa America, Argentina will be quite confident. Yeah. So then now Denmark, they are with France.
Yeah, well, I mean, Didier Deschamps has some record with lucky draws. So, but okay,
you call this lucky?
we shouldn't be too with all the respect for Denmark, of course, but I think that he won't be that disappointed.
I mean, bearing in mind they did get knocked out to Switzerland, who were also unfancied in the Euros, and the cohesion that Denmark gained around Christian Eriksen's collapse on the field. You can't take that out of the equation. Simon Kjær as captain.
And a fantastic qualifying record as well, because they won, I think, 9 out of the 10 matches. So, yeah, Denmark is a strong team, but probably not the strongest out of the... I think, well, if you can choose between Denmark or Germany, you take Denmark. At the same time, yeah, it's true. I mean, it's an interesting matchup again.
Speaking of the Germans...
With Spain.
They are with Spain. They are with Spain.
This is going to be interesting. Both teams are younger. They're still trying to get the balance, so it's going to be an interesting one. I'm looking at Germany to do this against Spain again.
A very, very fascinating one.
Yeah.
Again. Remind us how the last one went.
No, they don't want to. They don't want to think about that. No.
Ruben, I mean, we know that the Spain team is evolving. It is still a fresh team, and the German team, for that matter of fact, it's a new team as well. A very, very fascinating one, possibly a group of death on the way there. Well, now we have Switzerland, and they are going to be drawn with their neighbours, not neighbours quite. Sorry, my geography is a bit off there, but they are going to be drawn with Belgium. A very, very curious matchup in styles. I think Belgium, we want to see if they can produce what we always hoped they would. Could Switzerland pip them to the top of the group?
I think so, yeah. Well, we'll see how Belgium goes, but there's a lot of criticism on Roberto Martinez recently there. It's also like the golden generation is a little bit done, I would say. I think that they had their moment in 2018 especially. And Switzerland won the group in front of Italy. And we've seen them during the Euros. That was really interesting what they've shown. And it's only getting better. So I would say that Switzerland is getting better and Belgium maybe a little bit worse. Still the favourites, but Switzerland could cause an upset.
Very interesting draw there. Ojora, we've now just seen...
Oh, sorry, and they changed it.
Croatia. Oh, they have changed it. Oh,
I thought it was...
Okay.
They've changed it now.
It's Belgium, Croatia.
They have changed it. It will now actually be... we will just wait on the results of this one. We were hoping to see a little bit of a Belgium-Swiss flair, but it looks like it is actually Uruguay now with Belgium. So
no, it's Croatia.
It is Croatia. It is Croatia.
And it will be Portugal with Uruguay.
Okay.
Because they can't play Brazil. And it
Uruguay, guys, South American teams there. Uruguay with Brazil. Is that correct?
No, it's not possible.
That is not possible. They have to be on different pots. So Portugal will have Uruguay in that pot. Apologies for the confusion there. It seems like all of these permutations, as we mentioned, they are coming into play now because of what teams are left available. So those in the same continent, except for Europe, cannot be drawn in the same pot. So once again, they are just filling out those draws there. So it is Uruguay, and they are with Portugal. A very fascinating matchup, Ojora, with those lineups in terms of the attack.
Yeah, in terms of the attack. But I'm looking at how Portugal, they had to do the last one with North Macedonia to qualify for this World Cup. So I don't think they're strong enough to pull a surprise against Uruguay. I'm going with Uruguay all the way for this.
There's also some rematches, because Uruguay knocked out Portugal in 2018. Brazil and Switzerland were in the same group in 2018, and France and Denmark as well. So there's a lot of teams meeting again.
Absolutely, and now finally Switzerland gets drawn, and they are playing with Brazil again.
Yeah. Well, okay, we can say it again. Maybe it's also interesting to say a small word about Croatia, because they will play against Belgium. Well, we said it, I think, with Belgium and Croatia, it's two semi-finalists, even a finalist of 2018. So you would say a group of death. But at the same time, yeah, it's not the two teams that were performing that well recently.
It's not, but at least they will be matched up very equally when they play each other. I mean, we remember that Croatia team, very dominant. They knocked out Brazil 3-0, in the last World Cup. So
they lost to France in the final.
So they have a taste of what it means to be successful. So a very, very interesting pot two there with those draws now underway. Again, Belgium, Croatia, Switzerland and Brazil, and Portugal and Uruguay. So a very fascinating one. Well, pot three is already underway. Let's get those results for you now. Iran.
With the USA, yeah?
With the USA.
Because they can't play against Qatar. So we'll get USA-Iran again after the 98 match, which was historically and also really, a lot of tension around it. But that's, that will be some kind of...
We're not going to mention any geopolitical tensions here. This is all what we leave out on the pitch for these teams. So, Iran with the USA and England. A very, very fascinating draw there. And obviously, the Iranian team, they pose a threat, we have to say.
Especially defensively, they're always really hard to beat. We've seen it in the last World Cup against Portugal, and they won a match against Morocco. So it's a hard team to play. At the same time, like we said before, it's not Senegal, so I think that both USA and England won't be that disappointed.
They will be banking on their chances, I'm assuming. The next ball to be drawn, and we are seeing the name coming out here, and that is Senegal.
There we go.
The Lions of Teranga. Gentlemen, let's wait and see. This is going to be a very, very interesting group.
Right?
Yeah. So, well, that's what we said. I mean, now they play against Qatar. This is a real opportunity now, I think.
100%, guys. Now, just a reminder that the only host nation to ever not make it through the group stages previously was my own South Africa. It will be a very tall order for Qatar now to beat the likes of Senegal and the Netherlands. Do you back Senegal to even possibly top the group ahead of Netherlands?
Yeah, it's possible. Like I said, another African team is ripe for the quarterfinals. I see Senegal going all the way, and being in a group with Qatar and Netherlands, I see them coming top of the group.
That's a real opportunity for them. I think that the Netherlands-Senegal will also be a really, really interesting match.
Oh, absolutely intriguing. Yeah, absolutely. With the pace of Senegal, of course, Louis van Gaal traditionally playing 5 at the back. So can Senegal unlock that defense without that recognized striker that Simon mentioned? We will have to wait and see. The next name coming out there is Poland. Now, guys, we remember Poland. They only just qualified, beating Sweden 2-0 in those European qualifiers. They've got star striker Robert Lewandowski in their attack. Let's see if they have enough to get through their group, though, if it doesn't quite work out up top for Robert himself.
When you talk about underperformance, Poland is one of them. So it will be interesting because, yeah, Mexico and Argentina, it's not the hardest group, I think. They won't be that disappointed. And you should also say they knocked out Sweden, which is not something really... that was some surprise at the same time, because Sweden was quarterfinalist in Russia. So, yeah, we'll see. I think it's really important for them. Yeah, if Robert Lewandowski can stand up and do what he does best, they have a chance. At the same time, it's now for a long time that we've been saying that for Poland. So maybe this is their time.
But against Argentina and Mexico, Poland is going to face an uphill task. Nonetheless, it's the World Cup. Anything can happen. The next team which has been drawn out now is Serbia. We remember those stunning teams of the Serbian past. We had Nemanja Vidic, Aleksandar Kolarov. We now have Aleksandar Mitrovic leading the line. We had Dusan Tadic, am I correct? Yeah. Yes, we had Miralem Pjanic from Juventus and then to Barcelona. So a strong Serbian team. Sorry, Pjanic actually with Bosnia.
Yes,
my apologies.
It's more Dusan Vlahovic you're looking for.
Vlahovic, yes.
They go in the same group as the last time. Brazil, Switzerland and Serbia were in the same group.
All three in the same group.
So if we still get Costa Rica, it will be exactly
a
the same
repeat of
group.
the last one, yeah.
That would be absolutely fascinating thing. You kind of wonder if it is scripted in the stars. But maybe Serbia can pip Switzerland this time. Brazil obviously they are ranked first in the world, so getting past that Brazilian outfit, especially now they do have a very strong rear guard, goalkeeper and defence, it's going to be tough for Serbia, but they'll be keeping their eyes on Switzerland. Next team out there then is Tunisia, coming through in their African qualifiers. It's going to be a tasty one, I think we have to say, against Spain.
No, it's with France.
Against France. Apologies.
Oh, okay.
France and Denmark there. So France, Tunisia,
Ruben was
and
right.
Denmark. Ruben.
Lucky Deschamps. Yeah, it's not. I think they will be really happy with this Didier Deschamps. Yeah, it's not the worst for them.
You still think that is the easiest draw that they could have hoped for?
I think it's in terms of quality what we've seen from now, because you shouldn't underestimate Serbia and Switzerland and Brazil. I think it's let's call it the hidden group of them, because there's a lot of quality in those teams. But Tunisia and Denmark and France, that's not bad for the French.
This is a very interesting point now. So they won't be facing as Ruben points out, a team of very high quality early on. Is that a problem when they ultimately do face someone that they haven't had that matchup yet to test themselves?
Not really. Looking at how the World Cup or tournaments usually pan out, you see teams gradually grow into the tournament. And I think that's what maybe France will come up with. It will be interesting to see them go against Tunisia and the Strait of Paris. You know how we've got a lot of Tunisians here. So it will be interesting to see how that pan out. But irrespective of what the outcome may be in the group stage, I think France will definitely grow into the tournament and do what they're capable of doing.
But what is going to be difficult is the match for Japan. Well, they've now been drawn in Group E with Spain and with Germany. So Japan, hold on to your horses. The the Samurais, will they manage to get through? It's a very, very tough ask. But once again, the reason we love football is that anyone can beat anyone. So that's Japan in Group E. Morocco has just been drawn in Group F.
F with Belgium and Croatia, and I think that's an interesting one for them. I think they will be they will be satisfied with it. It's we were talking about Morocco building up a lot of issues with their head coach, players who don't want to play. Yeah. If you look at the potential Morocco has, it's huge. I would love to add them as one of the African favorites, but if you see the issues they've had recently, it will be hard for them. But playing Croatia and Belgium, I think that they will fancy a chance or of a surprise there. Yeah,
it will be very interesting to see how far those Asian teams go. Now, South Korea has just come out of the pot, and they have been drawn. Yes, well, South Korea is the last one available in that pot 3. So that means they are with Portugal and Uruguay. Another very tough fixture, but with the cohesion of that South Korean team, possibly there is something in it, especially if you're looking at the weaknesses in the other team's defenses. Uruguay has actually managed to shore up somewhat, but Portugal, with all the glory that they have up top,
going forward,
sometimes at the back they can be found wanting.
They can, but you know, sometimes looking at how Pep Guardiola has always played and with his philosophy, the more you attack, the less you expose your defense. So I see Portugal going all the way out and not giving Korea a chance to come, to the back third or leave their half and come and do the damage. So I think Portugal will go all the way and get a win against Korea and maybe go ahead and top the group, because Uruguay, I don't think Uruguay possesses any threat against them.
A very, very interesting matchup there. So the pool pot 3 is all completed. We are about to get underway with pot 4. Group A, reminder, Qatar, Senegal, Netherlands. Group B, England, USA, and that is Iran. Group C, Argentina, Mexico, and Poland. Group D, France, Denmark, Tunisia. Group E, that is Spain, Germany, and Japan. And Group F, that we go Belgium, Morocco, and we will just have those results for you now. The first name out of pot 4 has been drawn, and this is going to be the first playoff. This is the first intercontinental playoff, guys. Let me just remind you.
Yeah, I'm just asking myself. I'm really sorry, but I'm not sure if this is the intercontinental playoff between Peru and the Asian team, or will it be? I think so, because otherwise they could have been in the group with Qatar and the Netherlands, and they will be drawn with France. So I think that this will be Peru or
Australia or UAE.
UAE, yeah, there you go. And it's also there again almost the same group as in 2018, because if it will be Peru and Denmark and France were together, then with Australia, but now it will be then with Tunisia. But so it's almost the same group, yeah.
Well, now we do know which team has come out there. That is Ecuador, the South Americans, coming in 4th in their qualifiers, and third. Apologies. And they will now be drawn. We are waiting for that group. Ecuador showing very good form to come out of those qualifiers. They are in Group A with Qatar and the Netherlands and Senegal.
So that will be the opening match, will be Qatar against Ecuador. I think that if you look, I'm saying it again from a Dutch point of view, but the teams they got from the pot 3 and 4 are probably almost the strongest. So that's not really lucky, because Ecuador getting third in the South American qualifiers, which is crazy. I mean, all those good teams over there. Knocking out Colombia, Chile, for example. That's a team. We should. We should maybe
keep an eye on. But we still think that Senegal and Netherlands might have enough to take it through.
They're the favorites in this group.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And they will play the first match against each other, so then we will know it straight away.
100%. Well, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf nation, they looked quite quite good for their buck. When Russia 2018 came around, they are now, they've just been drawn, and they should go then into Group B.
No, C.
Group C. That is with Argentina, Mexico, and Poland. So that's Saudi Arabia with Argentina, Mexico, and Poland. No history there between the teams, as far as I'm aware, with Saudi Arabia and Argentina, Mexico, and Poland. They were not in the same group in 2018.
No, that's for sure. I'm not sure about all the World Cups, but it will be a long time ago that they've played each other. I think that especially Poland will fancy a chance in this group.
A very strong chance. Of course, Argentina still probably licking their lips at getting through in that Group C encounter. Then the next playoff game is going to be drawn. That is the next intercontinental playoff between Costa Rica and New Zealand. We think at this stage. So they have the option. And we do have to verify this if they can be drawn in a group with an American qualifier or Oceania only has one country. So that is in Group E with Spain and Germany and Japan.
Yeah, because Costa Rica can't play the USA, of course.
There we go.
Yeah.
So Costa Rica, New Zealand, possibly with Spain, Germany, or Japan. Another very tough fixture. Guys, I can't say that I yet see a group of death which screams out at me. I think
we're just waiting Canada to get into with Brazil, and then we have the hardest group.
Can see. So here is the Canadians, as far as I can tell. Canada's name. No, this is the final European playoff. So, guys, one of Wales, Ukraine, or Scotland.
And they will be in the group with England, so it's 2 out of 3 that we will get a classic UK match.
Yeah.
I mean, for a lot of people, it's already crazy that we're talking about Ukraine playing in the World Cup.
Of course.
Everything what is going on. But okay, we're here also to talk about the football, I'm afraid. So I think out of those 3, I'm most excited to see Scotland if you purely talk about football. And Scotland-England is always a big match. But yeah, it remains to be seen. But all those 3 teams, they in a group with USA, Iran, and England, it's not the worst.
It's not the worst, certainly from a viewing perspective. Ojara, we're gonna take a look here now at I think Canada is coming up. So that is Cameroon. Our men from Douala.
Rigobert Song. Oh, and there he is.
There we go. Rigobert Song, Cameroon coach, the former captain himself, looking on what a great victory it was against Algeria in that final minute. Absolute scenes, which, by the way, Algeria are protesting with FIFA according to the referee decisions that were made on the day. But at this point in time, Cameroon are taking their place in the draw within Group G. That is a very, very fun group to watch. That is with Brazil. That is with Switzerland.
And Serbia,
Serbia.
That's a big one.
Yeah. That's a big one.
And I dare say that Cameroon could actually get through.
I don't agree, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll come back in the winter, and we can see if you were right. But I think that Cameroon, out of those 4 teams, is the underdog. But at the same time, they went to Algeria as the underdogs, and they did it. So maybe Rigobert Song, he has 9 months to prepare his team. He just arrived, so if he can manage to really make a team out of those players, they can cause an upset. That's true.
Absolutely. Just apologies there for that graphic. England just repeated twice. That other team, though, with England will be the winner of the European place playoff with Wales, Ukraine, and Scotland. Well, the final team there now coming through, Ghana, the African nation, the Black Stars, taking the place of Ojora's Nigeria. Ultimately, they find themselves in Group H with
Portugal,
and Uruguay.
Wow.
Two very, very strong teams. And by the way, Ghana, Uruguay.
Yeah, again.
It's happening again, yeah.
It's happening again. Is there a bit of a chance at redemption? Is there a bit of a chance at a retaliation from all those years ago? Or do you even think that it will enter into the players' minds?
From a source, not confirmed, I was told before they played against Nigeria, they showed them the Ghanaian teams, they showed them the tape of the match they lost to Uruguay, telling them what it means to go all out there and get the win, get the result against Nigeria, and that was what they did. So I'm sure if my source, from what I heard, if they, with this happening, it's going to be, wow, okay, we've been motivated and we've seen what it means to miss out, just on penalty, the one their captain lost there. And so everything will be at stake here. Redemption, everything will be at stake. And Otto Addo has got 7, 8 or 9 months to prepare his team. It will be a good one, and I'm definitely rooting for them now, looking at what happened against Uruguay. I mean, every African now will be at the back of Ghana.
I'm going to have to just quickly interject there now and just say that Canada was also drawn in that time, and they are going to be playing Belgium and Switzerland.
Belgium and Croatia, Morocco. Yeah, that's an interesting. That's a really
Belgium,
interesting
Morocco, and Croatia with Canada. So, is that your group of death? Is that what you're going to go for?
For me, there is not a real group of death.
It's not really like we were actually expecting, which is very interesting considering the way that the pots were displayed. So, there we have it. The draw is done, and there we go with those teams there. Qatar, host nation, coming out in Group A with the rest, the Ecuador and Senegal, and just so many great games to look forward to, and we can't wait to bring you all of those matches, guys, as they come. I'm sorry I'm having to cut things short here and not bring the full draw, but just if you're going to put your money on a winner, both of you guys, I want just a quick word.
Well, the winner, I think we will agree that will be France. But maybe let's say an outsider. If we, it's for the first time in my life that I see the Dutch as an outsider and that we can really do something. It's also the first time that I really believe it. So yeah, that could be a really interesting outsider. And well, we've said it so many times, but Senegal, and especially after this draw, could be also a real outsider in this tournament.
For me, I think France, like he said, and I'm sure he mentioned Netherlands because he's a Dutchman. So I'll go with Germany maybe, and maybe Senegal, like they said. I'll go with Senegal and Germany to do something and cause a spark in this World Cup.
Imagine a Germany-Senegal final. Wouldn't that be just what we all crave, except for the Netherlands, of course?
We have no preference here, but I think that, especially for African football, this, we said it a lot of times tonight, but it would be so important to have Senegal far in the tournament.
Absolutely. Guys, I just want to thank you. It's been a tremendous draw, very fascinating matchups to look forward to come November time. Of course, there's still a lot to sort out for the host nation in Qatar. Thank you also to Simon Harding, who joined us from Milan. And we want to just finish with basic thank you to you. That's all for tonight. It's been an absolute thrill to have you all with us. That's the draw again. Once more, those fantastic playoffs to look forward to as we bring you the World Cup in Qatar in 2022. That's all from me for now. It's been great having you along with us. It's bye for now.
France 24, a different point of view.
Liberté, égalité, actualité. Fake news. Noun. False stories that appear to be news, spread on the internet or using other media. At France 24, our job is to provide you with information that's been verified. We check sources, we check facts, we sort what is true from what is fake.
At the France 24 Observers, we verify photos and videos circulating online. If they're fake, we let you know and tell you how we spotted them.
In Fact or Fake, we dig into viral stories around Europe to shake out the truth from the trash.
Every day, the Info Migrants team scours social networks to fight fake news about the reality of migration.
France 24, news based on facts.
Liberté, égalité, actualité. Liberté, égalité, actualité. They observe. They contact us. They report, film, photograph. They are the voice of the voiceless. Your eyes in the far-flung reaches of the world. The Observers, a network of 5,000 committed citizens working with France 24.
One of our observers in Côte d'Ivoire, Gaspard.
Amateur footage and testimonials checked by our journalists and broadcast weekly on The Observers, on France 24 and observers.france24.com.
It's The World This Week. The World This Week in partnership with The Daily Beast. Joining us, Vivian Walt, Paris correspondent for Time magazine. How are you?
Great.
Great. Okay. Also with us, Richard Verly, Paris correspondent for Swiss daily newspaper Le Temps. How are things with you?
Perfect. I came back from Geneva this morning and it was snowing.
It's Christmas in Paris. Anyway. Elsa Vidal, news director at sister station Radio France International's Russian language service. Welcome to the show.
Good evening. Thank you.
And we're joined from Jerusalem by correspondent Gwendoline de Bono, just back from Kyiv. Gwendoline de Bono, who will be seeing some clips of what she has been up to over there. You can also, by the way, listen and like The World This Week on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and other fine streaming services. Let's start with the good news. Radiation levels quite normal around Chernobyl, so says the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog. He confirmed, by the way, that Russia has pulled back from the site of Europe's worst ever nuclear disaster. The IAEA working with both sides to avoid Chernobyl becoming a front line again. What with Ukraine's Atomic Energy Agency claiming that Russian soldiers were told to dig trenches nearby, kicking up radioactive dust in the nearby Red Forest, which is a no-go zone ever since 1986. The Red Forest off limits because of that disaster. Here's how Ukrainian authorities reported on it. They said that, quote, not surprisingly, the occupiers received significant doses of radiation and panicked at the first sign of illness, and it showed up very quickly. Vivian Walt, your thoughts on this? I mean, let's think about this for a second. Chernobyl was on the front line back in February and on the front line once again in March.
You know, what's so strange about the story is that, of course, the Russians went into the exclusion zone very quickly, as soon as the invasion began, almost, and then effectively held the entire workforce hostage for weeks. the reports were that they were forced to kind of work at gunpoint. And I mean, the whole episode, so much has happened in the last 5 weeks, but one forgets that the whole episode of Chernobyl, which began very early and has really not ceased, has been one of the more strange twists and turns of this war.
And once again, this is a claim by the Ukrainians. There's no independent confirmation that those Russian soldiers actually did dig trenches or had to flee because of radiation.
We would assess at this early stage that it's of a piece of this larger effort to refit and resupply, and not necessarily done because of health hazards or some sort of emergency or a crisis at Chernobyl.
Yeah, so a piece of a larger effort to refit and resupply, not necessarily done because of health hazards or some sort of emergency at Chernobyl, there says the Pentagon's spokesperson. And so, yeah, there's a little bit of a fog of war element, if you will, on both sides of this, the ground war and the information war, which, by the way, works on both sides. Here's how the news channel Russia-24 reports on that fire that broke out during the taking, not at Chernobyl, but at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's in the south of the country.
It was a group of Ukrainian saboteurs who attacked the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It sounds unbelievable, but there are people in the highest levels of the Ukrainian Secret Service and armed forces who are ready to carry out nuclear provocations. According to the Russian Ministry of Defense, such attempts could happen again. The aim is clear: to blame it on the Russian Federation. In other words, it's nuclear terrorism.
So, Elsa Vidal, if we understand correctly, Russia had to intervene because Ukraine was on a suicide mission to have a nuclear blow-up of their home country?
Yes, it seems that from the Russian perspective, Ukrainians are not only Nazis, but they are also suicidal, which is highly, as you understand, to be doubted. But that's the kind of fantasy the Russians have been feeding their population and us for quite some weeks already.
And it works? How much does this work?
It depends on the target you are currently discussing. If you speak of Western audiences, it's obvious that it doesn't work that much. But if you speak of people who are sitting in front of their television and have been deprived, especially in the very recent weeks, of independent information, then you can see that in the public poll, there is a support for this operation and for this war. Although you cannot believe exactly the results of those polls, it definitely shows that there is a core in the population who support the policy that has been pursued.
All right, we have the connection now with Jerusalem and correspondent Gwendoline de Bono, who's just back from Ukraine. Gwendoline, were the plants watered? Have you been able to open the mail since you got back?
I'm sorry?
Have you been able to unpack your bags?
I think... Yes, I did unpack my bag, actually. Yes. Thank you.
We've been talking about, you know, the ground war and the information war. I'll ask you about the latest. Kyiv denying Russian claims that Ukrainian helicopters crossed 40 kilometers into Russian territory and hit a major fuel depot in the city of Belgorod. Again, what can we make when we get reports like this from one side or the other?
Well, it's sure that we have to be very careful, and it's quite difficult sometimes to have confirmation and to have information about what happened. And sometimes as well, the Ukrainian forces does not want to say everything, because it's a big advantage. You know, they fight against Russian army, so they have to be quite discreet discreet on what they are doing. And we saw that as a journalist when we are on the field. They are really disciplined. They're always asking journalists, for example, not to film blog posts, not to film position, and even the people are really disciplined with that. So it's quite difficult for these helicopter attacks. I just know that the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine say that he's not able to confirm or to deny it. So it's this kind of information when you are working on the field really difficult to know more about.
The Ukrainian Defense Ministry has since denied it, saying they didn't do it. Does it seem plausible? Could Ukraine really mount a helicopter attack 40 kilometers inside of Russia?
Honestly, I don't know. It could be possible, but it's really difficult to know. And again, I think the two persons who really know about that are the two pilots of the helicopters.
All right. Well, near the capital, Gwendoline, you were able to follow, if it wasn't helicopters, perhaps it was drones, the Aerozovitska drone unit. Let's listen to one of their commanders.
We work night and day. We observe them. We determine their exact location, fly, and then strike. Sometimes they hear us because some drones have a recognizable sound. When they hear that sound, then we can see them running away in a panic, lying down, hiding. But not all of them make it. Our main challenge is the lack of equipment. We have to hand it to our enemy. They work very hard, and they're very good at counter-operations, at electronic warfare. So almost every day we lose equipment. That's why we keep asking for support. We need it, and we see new equipment come from the world over.
So we have Gwendoline de Bono, this asymmetrical war. Would you say the Ukrainians are winning the asymmetrical war?
I don't know if they are winning for now, but it's clearly a major battlefront, the cyber one, and let's say the tech one. Several times the Russians tried in the past few weeks to hack telecommunication system, civilian system, military system, and Ukrainians are trying to do the same because there are many IT engineers in Ukraine, and for example, I met some group of people, IT engineer, and they just quit their job and they go into what they call the territorial defense, but as IT engineers. So there is a major battlefront. And to go back to this unit, it's very interesting because in 2014, this unit was just a group of volunteers, quite efficient, and they became so efficient that 1 year later, they finally be part of the Ukrainian army, the official Ukrainian army. And they are always trying to find new solutions. For instance, they are building attack drone completely from scratch in factories. They are always trying to adapt, to take the human abilities, but to put them directly in the battlefield. For instance, I was talking with another young guy, a member of this unit. He was an IT engineer. He left the unit like two years before, and when the war started, he came back to the unit, and he was trying to work on an app, like a mobile application, in order to put in real-time Russian position so that the Ukrainian soldier can see the position and be more precise when they are launching attack, more precise with the artillery. So they can be more efficient and waste less ammunition. And the commander we just heard, I was asking him, what is one of your major advantage over a Russian army, for example? And he said, we are very creative, that's for sure. And you see that he told me like we are more creative, more open-minded, and sometimes this way of thinking allow them to act, to move on the battlefield in a way that is quite unexpected for the adversary.
Yeah, we heard Richard Verly, though, in that clip, the drone commander paying tribute to the adversary, saying they're good as well. But your thoughts on this sort of asymmetrical war, which, from what Gwendoline witnessed,
well, I think you summarized it well when you talked about the fog of war. And the fog of war is itself a weapon. Russia may have some interest to keep this fog of war. It might be interesting and it might be useful for Russian forces to sometime withdraw from certain areas in order to reinforce other units. So we should be careful at not taking any withdrawal from Russian forces as a defeat, as a setback. It may be part of a movement. It may be part of a redesign of their offensive. So let's be careful about that. Now, coming to the Ukrainian, soldiers or territorial defense who talk to journalists, for sure, they have been putting up a very strong fight so far, and it was probably a surprise for the Russian army. But it's also propaganda on the Ukrainian side. Their obvious interest is to say that they are beating up the Russian unit, they are very smart, blah, blah, blah. The reality, I'm not sure we know it exactly. Coming back to Chernobyl, at the beginning it made sense for Russian troops to control Chernobyl because they were probably planning to have an advance up to far in the west of Ukraine. So they needed to secure Chernobyl. Since then, the mobility of their troops has been affected and they have withdrawn to the east. So you see, the landscape of war is changing, so I'm not surprised that the lines are changing and that the fog of war is covering up.
And again, when we talk about tactics, when we talk about the kinds of weapons that are used, including drones, we see, yeah, it's on the one hand between Russia and Ukraine, but the information war is global. And when we see things like Elon Musk's Starlink satellite system being enrolled on the side of the Ukrainians, do you think to yourself it's just between Russia and Ukraine, or is it already a world war, Vivian Walt?
Well, I think it's got quite a ways to go until it becomes a world war, which it could become. And I think it's got quite some road to travel before it gets to that point. I think what's interesting, and Gwendoline put her finger on it a little bit, is this kind of disjuncture between the country, which has kind of harnessed its brain power, such as it is, to create tactics for this war, as opposed to Russia, where you've had this most incredible brain drain over the last 6 weeks. You've had, the entire sort of best and the brightest of the young IT generation are leaving or are unable to work. And so in that way, I think that's a good disjuncture. But I do want to say I'm very glad what Richard said, because all the talk about, the Ukrainians are so brave, and certainly they are. Let's not forget their entire economy is utterly at a standstill. And the forecast now is that there will be at least a 20% contraction in the Ukraine economy. On the other hand, you have giant Russia, much of which its economy is still ticking along, particularly its oil and gas exports, of course. And I think Richard is quite right. This whole specter of the Russians so-called withdrawing is possibly just moving into a much more kind of lethal stage of the war.
Yeah, who's got who over a barrel? Vladimir Putin on Thursday, warning, for instance, that as of April 1st, you either pay for natural gas in rubles or we shut the tap. Payments to be made through Gazprom's bank. Germany's chancellor calling the Russian president's bluff, while at the same time making provisions that should the Kremlin indeed cut off Europe. Olaf Scholz, who reacted alongside his visiting Austrian counterpart.
If you ask me, is it a terrible feeling to be dependent on Russian gas at the moment? Yes. Feelings cannot trump, and that goes especially for me as Austrian Chancellor, being responsible for security of energy supplies and the functioning of the economy.
Listening there, Elsa Vidal, to the Austrian Chancellor, it sounds like Russia's got the upper hand almost.
Well, no, it's mainly for Vladimir Putin. It's a question of status. So he has to show that he's not being taken off the grid, but that he is instead the guys who control the
That's
tap.
a clearly worried Austrian leader there.
Of course, we are not all European countries are not exposed at the same level. For some of us, if there is no solidarity mechanism that is to be created now, then of course some of us will be hit far heavier than others. So there is a first, it's normal because we're going to have maybe protests in Europe when all the prices will hit sailing. So he has to be worried. Nobody wants that, but that's a price where we seem to be ready to pay, first. And secondly, I think it's really important for Vladimir Putin to show that he is in command, but the reality is that gas and oil amounts to 40% of the federal budget.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If Putin wants to start this gamble, why should not, the European Union go with the gamble?
Absolutely.
Let him stop the flow of gas and stop the flow of oil. I'm not too sure that there will be protests in the streets. When you see the wave of support for Ukraine at the moment, I think Europeans could stand some time with difficulties, energy problems, and so on. The Americans will send more LNG, probably at that time. So let's play this gamble, if that's the gamble he wants. I don't think it's a very good idea to go by what Putin says always.
No, we have to stand. First, we have to stand united. It could be also a try just to see how united we are and how we could be bypassing one of us. And it's likely that his proposal to use Gazprom Bank is clearly to make us pay to support the Russian currency, and it's out of question.
All right, so there are countries that are either for or against Ukraine. There are those that are trying to stay out of it. A good example, the Russian foreign minister right now in India, which is purchasing Russian oil at a 30% discount. And Delhi, which after China welcomed Sergei Lavrov this week. Gwendoline de Bono, you're sitting in one of those countries that's trying to stay out of it, or at least trying to act as a broker as well, Israel. Can you stay out of it, or by staying out of it, are you enabling Moscow?
Well, for Israel, there are many strategic interests, and the first one, I think, for the government is their ability to strike Hezbollah and Iranian position in Syria, and the need, the approval of Moscow to continue to do that. So for the Israeli government, it's really important to find kind of a balance because. Obviously, it's quite complicated position. So, at the time when the war started, for example, they sent in Ukraine ambulances, armored ambulances, humanitarian aid, but they really try, to stay a bit away from all that because they are in a difficult position. Plus, there is many people here who are living in Israel who are from Ukraine and from Russia. For example, I was in a protest before heading Ukraine, and it can be quite tense between the Ukrainian and the Russian who are living in Israel. So yes, for Israel, it's quite hard to find the balance.
Back here in Europe, there's a united front in solidarity with Ukraine, as we were saying. Even in Hungary, where the longtime incumbent Viktor Orban has muted his past admiration for Vladimir Putin, this in the run-up to Sunday's general election. Now, speaking of elections, you could almost forget that come a week from Sunday, here in France, we're picking a president. The war in Ukraine instead grabbing headlines. But after giving Emmanuel Macron a massive boost in the polls, that lead not quite as solid as it once was. Now, Macron is still a shoo-in to make the April 24th runoff. But if, as expected, it's a rematch of the last election in 2017, the incumbent is very far from the 66% of the vote he won in the second round in 2017 against the far right's Marine Le Pen. Macron, well, at the same time trying to stay above the fray, hitting a little bit the campaign trail, and forced to answer questions about that Senate Commission report that's blasted the outsourcing of government policy on his watch. particularly during the COVID pandemic, to private consultants like U.S. firm McKinsey.
Quand on veut accélérer, aller très vite et très fort sur une politique, il faut parfois avoir recours à des prestataires extérieurs à l'État. Et donc il ne faut pas tout confondre. Donc je souhaite que ce débat soit un débat éclairé, où chacun justifie de sa dépense. Je ne vais pas, moi, justifier de chaque contrat. Je ne les connais pas, c'est pas moi qui les ai passés.
So here we are, we're like, what, 8 or 9 days out, and we're talking about McKinsey and talking about private consultants. Why is that, Elsa Vidal?
Why do we do that? But I think it's totally part of any presidential campaign. It's just normal to try to exploit all the weaknesses of your adversaries, I'd say.
All right. It's, by the way, not the first time that the consultants have made headlines for all the wrong reasons. We could show you a Financial Times cartoon from 2017, a reminder that in the end, McKinsey had to pay out more than $100 million in damages as one of the firms involved in South Africa's so-called state capture scandal. Vivian Walt, you remember that well.
Indeed.
This business about consultants, why is it coming to the fore all of a sudden?
I mean, yes. Firstly, there's several things to unpack here. One is McKinsey has a lot of involvement in a lot of different countries which have not gone particularly well. The second thing is this is France. It's a country which prides itself on excellent civil service and, in fact, an enormous public sector, which has been trying to trim a little bit, but nonetheless has, you know, many, many public servants who are supposed to do this very well. If you recall, the rollout of the vaccine campaign was really botched until they did bring McKinsey in.
So an erosion of that civil service is what you're saying?
I think it probably exposed the fact that the government was not doing particularly well. It was clear, I think, to a lot of people that whatever it is that McKinsey did actually did work to change the government's strategy on the pandemic. And the pandemic is a very good reason why Macron has been in such a strong position electorally.
All right, and that brings us to what Richard Verly's been doing in his spare time. You have penned a book. You went on the road. You published France Against Itself. The book compares the country's fault lines in this 2022 election and in the wake of the Yellow Vests movement and that anger over the erosion of the state, with 1940, when the Nazi invaders cut the country in two, directly at the time administering the northern part and allowing the collaborator Vichy regime to administer points south of a 1,200-kilometer line of demarcation. And you went all along that line, like, for instance, to Louis Pasteur's home village in the Jura Mountains, near your native Switzerland.
Correct.
And you talk about this feeling that the fault lines, the demarcation line of 2022 is a little bit akin to what Viv is describing.
Yes, indeed. Well, the idea of doing this book and doing this travel along the demarcation line came actually from a conference Éric Zemmour gave in Switzerland in 2018.
This is the far-right candidate.
Yeah, correct, the far-right candidate, one of the far-right candidates. And he was talking at that time, and he's still talking about the disappearance of France. And his main argument is to say that he has to be elected to avoid the fact that France could disappear. So I went to see whether in 1940, which was a moment when France could have disappeared, why France did not disappear. And the reason is that France is strong. It's a strong country, and French people are able to cope with great difficulties. Now, coming to what Vivian said, I see McKinsey as another explanation. It's the lack of confidence, the lack of trust between the government and the administration in France. The administration, in a way, has gone differently, has diverged from the government. And there is a deep mistrust between the so-called government elite in Paris and the administration on the ground. And don't forget,
and you make an exception in your book, which is local mayors.
That's what I say. And when you see when France is confronted, and that was the case in 1940, with a great explosion, a great trauma, then people care about themselves and find solution. And I think the problem for Macron is he had, and his government had to find quick fix solution in the time of pandemic, also because of the pressure of the media. Let's look at ourselves. We always want the government to come up with statistics, with figures, with results, while the administration is much slower. What McKinsey is doing is coming to the government and say, hey, we can provide you with whatever you want in a very short time. Media will be happy. Just pay. That's what they did, and I don't think it was necessary.
You talk about this colossal defiance, never resolved, never healed, when it comes to the people in those areas where factories have closed, right? There's less public services than before.
True. You know, there is a lot of talk about this peripheric France, the France périphérique, which is, let's say, beyond the main metropolis. But the France I visited, which is the central part of France, is a different part of France. It's very rural, it's agricultural, and it used to be, let's say, the bed of the country. And the République was somewhat founded on that center of France. And now people, they are very disillusioned because they don't see a real future. The irony is when I ask survivors of that period or historians what was their main feeling about 1940, what they remember. They remember that at that time it was war, but everything was possible. Now it's peace, but everything is impossible.
Elsa Vidal, your thoughts? What's at stake in this election in 2022 for you?
My take for this election?
Yeah, what's at stake?
Well, for the time, I'd say as a simple voter, for me, it's going to be, I think, the fourth round when I'm more or less obliged to choose between a terrible national threat and not do a political choice. So I think many French are finding themselves in such a position, and trying to avoid the worst fate for your country isn't a match for a political project or a direction. So I think most French are now lacking a sense of history or towards which society we are heading and what is the collective dynamic we are following.
Do you think the war in Ukraine helps concentrate the minds?
Yes, definitely. War is always such a big tool in history. I think it shapes imagination, it mesmerizes our attention. And definitely, if we come back to Ukraine, we can see that this war has definitely been a turning point for the national identity and for the people to come around the President Zelensky that was not enjoying such a big support before this war.
And here in France?
Sorry?
And here in France?
And in France, people are pretty much touched, and I think by supporting the Ukrainian people, they feel they are part of a heroic path and a storytelling that enables them to be active.
What's going to be the issue that determines whether or not Emmanuel Macron gets re-elected, Vivian?
I don't think it's going to be Ukraine, although I'm sure that Emmanuel Macron wishes it was Ukraine. And in some ways, it does play into it. I mean, curiously enough, you know, Zelensky and Macron are pretty much exactly the same age. I think they're a few weeks apart in age. Mm-hmm. And Macron has kind of, in a sense, recently been almost modelling himself after Zelensky, but it doesn't work. They're extremely different personalities and different kinds of leaders. What's going to define this election and Macron's prospects is the economy. And it comes up in every single poll. And what Richard's talking about is the kind of distrust, the alienation is one that's been building for so many years between the elite of Paris, which Macron really embodies, and the rest of the country, the deep France, where people are struggling.
They are.
And I think that divide is, if Macron gets re-elected, which I would bet he will, he is going to have that anger on the streets in the next 5 years.
And there'll be legislative elections to follow, whatever happens. I want to thank you, Vivian Walt. I want to thank as well Richard Verly, Elsa Vidal, and Gwendoline de Bono for being with us from Jerusalem. We want to thank you for being with us here in The World This Week.
It was not until 2004 that Romania's full role in the Holocaust was revealed, second in significance only to Nazi Germany itself. The city of Iași experienced one of the deadliest pogroms of the Second World War. with the number of victims in the hundreds of thousands. Today, the Jewish community is just 3,000 people, and Romanian historians are fighting to instill a duty of remembrance.
25%, 30% seulement de la population de la Roumanie connaît d'une manière correcte l'histoire de la Shoah.
The Shoah remains a largely taboo subject in Romania, and the fear of seeing the mistakes of the past repeated is growing.
Revisited on France 24 and France24.com.
Join us every day here on France 24 for the last stretch of the presidential race, the mother of all election, the presidential election. This is the time for the French to choose their president. We'll have all our special envoys on the campaign trail across the globe, the latest analysis, the best polls. Join us here on France 24.
France 2022, the campaign, on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome, you're watching live from Paris. I'm Charles Pellegrin. The headlines this hour. The northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, battered by Russian strikes but still holding on. Our reporters show us how the locals who've decided to stay put are coping with the constant danger. And in our special segment, France 2022, the campaign, all the latest on the upcoming presidential election, and we do a deep dive into the world of Trotskyists in French politics. In Israel, the uptick in violence seen in the past week shows no sign of abating. One Palestinian man is killed by Israeli soldiers during clashes in Hebron. Let's start our coverage of the war in Ukraine in the northeastern city of Kharkiv, where Ukrainian forces have managed to hold back Russian troops. Areas of the town are still coming under heavy artillery and missile fire day and night, while many residents have fled or spend their days sheltering underground, but some remain holding out despite the dangers. Our reporters, Catherine Norris-Trent, Romeo Langlois, and Ashraf Abid, went to meet some of those living in the line of fire.
War has reduced these streets to a wasteland. The neighborhood of Saltivka, on the northern edge of Kharkiv, whose housing estates have been blasted by Russian shelling. All but a handful of residents have fled. Ludmila is 75 years old and only one of 5 left in her block. She's relieved to find some company. On the 23rd of March, her building was hit.
Тоже наши едут с подъезда. Спасибо вам большое. Как страшно вы в такое время, такие обстрелы. Ночью сегодня очень было страшно. И сегодня целый день.
This family has fled the bombing to sleep elsewhere, but they still bring food out of solidarity.
Приезжаем каждый день, с соседями здороваемся и уезжаем обратно вечером. Помогаем, что-то привозим, что-то не привозим и уезжаем обратно.
Every day and night here is punctuated now by the sound of explosions as artillery pounds the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city. At least 300 people have been killed here under fire. For the past 5 weeks, at every alert, Ludmila's been sheltering in this basement with her neighbor Sanya.
Никогда не думала, что Путин. Как можно людей, детей маленьких.
Ludmila grew up in Soviet Russia and simply can't believe what's happening.
Папа мой воевал, защитник Сталинграда был. Кто мог подумать, что Путин такое сделает в Харькове, как Сталинград сделал? Даже животное это не сделает, это подонок.
During a brief lull in fighting, Sanya takes us to the spot where a shell blasted through an apartment a week ago. We're just over 30 kilometers from the border with Russia, where many people have strong cultural or family ties.
Была мирная жизнь, никто нигде никого не трогал, никакой русский язык не был ущемлен. Я сам русский, говорю по-русски, по-украински я меньше разговариваю. И жили все нормально. И вот что получили мы.
The calm doesn't last long. The Ukrainian forces return fire.
Это накрывают ту сторону.
Fighting continues around Kharkiv, to the north and the east of the city. In the past few days, the Ukrainian army says that it's managed to regain territory and push back Russian troops.
Well, further south, a Red Cross convoy heading to the besieged city of Mariupol had to turn back after it was judged impossible to proceed. The convoy was attempting to evacuate thousands of civilians this Friday after receiving assurances from Russia that a humanitarian corridor would be open. Some 160,000 civilians remain trapped in the city. Julien Shida and Sinead McCausland take a look at how civilians are coping.
In search of basic necessities after weeks of Russian shelling, civilians stuck in Mariupol often have to walk miles to find food.
Тяжело, но что делать? Что делать?
Aid convoys have been barred from entering. In recent days, Russian-backed separatists and forces who control this neighborhood have distributed humanitarian aid to civilians, like in this parking lot. Residents struggle to comprehend the horror that has been inflicted on their home.
Куда нам деваться? Страшно. Как вы думаете, жить и ходить мимо, где валяются трупы, не страшно?
Которых не закапывают по 2 недели.
Despite calls for a ceasefire in Mariupol to let civilians leave through humanitarian corridors, the war on the ground continues. Fighting persists in the city, where graves have recently been dug for those killed.
Это где бабушка. Дочка похоронила маму.
Fresh efforts are underway to evacuate those still trapped in the city. On Thursday, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister said a convoy of 45 buses was on its way to help civilians escape through the proposed route via the Russian-controlled port of Berdyansk. The United Nations Refugee Agency and the Red Cross are to facilitate the safe passage from Mariupol. The evacuation was originally scheduled for Thursday, but the Red Cross will now try again to lead the operation Friday.
Les gens sont dans la ville sans accès à l'eau, à la nourriture, à l'aide humanitaire. Et donc, il est extrêmement important que cette opération puisse avoir lieu comme prévu.
The only condition for the evacuation to take place is that all parties respect the ceasefire.
Who held a virtual summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Li Keqiang. While China offered assurances that it would seek peace in Ukraine, but on its own terms, Xi Jinping saying that he hoped the EU would treat China, quote, independently, making an assumption that the EU is following the US line. Well, this as the European Union has been pressuring Beijing into taking a stand against Russia. Let's listen in to Ursula von der Leyen.
So we also made very clear that China should, if not support, at least not interfere with our sanctions. We discussed that and also the fact that no European citizen would understand any support to Russia's ability to wage war. Moreover, it would lead to a major reputational damage for China here in Europe. The reputational risks are also driving forces in the exodus of international companies from Russia. The business sector is watching very closely the events and evaluating how countries are positioning themselves.
Moving on to other world news now. In Doha, the draw for the group stage of the FIFA World Cup has taken place, pitting the world's best 32 national teams against each other in 8 groups of 4 teams. Well, some highlights from that draw. Hosts Qatar will open the festivities in Group A against Ecuador. That's the first game of the competition before taking on African champions Senegal and the Netherlands. Politics won't be far from the field in Group B, where Iran and the U.S. will go head-to-head. The England also in that group, as well as another team that is yet to be decided from intercontinental playoffs. And title holders France will face a familiar face, Denmark, in Group D, that it's played in numerous previous competitions already, as well as Tunisia and another team that will be decided in an intercontinental playoff. In Group E, contenders Spain and Germany are in that same group, along with Japan and either Costa Rica and New Zealand. And also Group H, quite interesting there, Portugal, Ghana, Uruguay, and South Korea. Brazil will be playing against Switzerland, Cameroon, and Serbia. Well, during clashes in the occupied West Bank city of Hebron, Israeli soldiers have shot dead a Palestinian this Friday. This coming from the Palestinian Health Ministry. Israel's military, meanwhile, have explained their soldiers were threatened by the man wielding a petrol bomb. This comes as tensions have been on the rise over the past week after a string of deadly attacks in Israel. Well, Iris Mackler, France 24's correspondent in Jerusalem, joins us on the line now. Thank you very much for joining us, Iris. Well, this is happening over a year after another flare-up of violence following protests over an eviction of Palestinians from the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood of East Jerusalem. What's behind this recent spike in violence?
You know, that's very hard to say. I've heard a number of Israeli and Palestinian analysts, and no one can put a finger on it and give you a reason for this, those 3 attacks in the space of a week, 11 Israelis dead. I think it's the deadliest spate of violence we've seen for years. After that, following that, yesterday, a Palestinian who was on an Israeli bus near Jewish settlements in the West Bank pulled out a screwdriver and attacked a passenger. Another passenger who was armed shot him dead. His victim is now in hospital. Israel has responded with arrests in the West Bank. And during those arrests, which Israel says was of suspects related to the gunman in the final attack of the 3, that's when we've seen the Palestinian deaths, 2 in Jenin in the north of the West Bank yesterday, 1 in Hebron today. So what are we looking at? It is not yet reminiscent of the Second Intifada, I'd say. Doesn't mean it won't turn into that, but then the Palestinian militant groups were in control. They were funding, they were training, they were providing material for suicide attackers. This time they're welcoming it. We've heard praise from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but they're not in control. We're seeing lone wolves, we're seeing small cells. It's more reminiscent, I think, of the knife, what became known as the knife attacks, the knife intifada of 2016. But then they were armed with knives or perhaps vehicles, cars. This time they're armed with guns, with automatic weapons. It's more dangerous.
Well, Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett has announced a raft of security measures to deal with the uptick in violence.
Yes, he has. We've seen the arrests as we've discussed. We've seen a pooling of intelligence. I think that's important because some of the attackers were actually Israeli Arabs. That's Arab citizens of Israel who had links to ISIS. So we've seen arrests inside Israel itself of people who were either in Israeli prisons before or who had tried previously to go to Syria to fight with ISIS. We've seen a boosting of the number of troops inside the West Bank. There are plans also to block holes in the security fence, which is how some Palestinians come into Israel illegally to work here, and that applies to the gunmen in the final of the 3 attacks. So all of those things are happening together. I will say this, there is one bright note in all of this, and that is that today, which is the Friday before Ramadan, the holy Muslim month begins, the prayers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem passed quietly. That's a good sign. You know, it could change at any moment, but I am, I suppose, clinging to that in the hope that this Ramadan won't be as violent as the last. And we have seen that Israel has said that the restrictions that it was planning, the easing of restrictions that it was planning for this Ramadan will still go ahead. They have not been cancelled yet. So that's the only bright spot I can find at the moment when I'm looking at the past week.
Iris Makler reporting there from Jerusalem and sounding at least an optimistic note there at the end. Pope Francis has delivered an apology to Canada's Indigenous peoples for a century of abuse committed at church-run residential schools. He received a delegation at the Vatican this Friday, while some 150,000 Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit children were forcibly enrolled from the late 1800s to the 1990s in 139 schools across the country, spending months or years kept apart from their families, language, and culture.
For the regrettable conduct of those members of the Catholic Church, I ask for the Lord's forgiveness, and I would like to tell you wholeheartedly that I am much grieved. I join Canadian bishops in apologizing. I would like to tell you that the Church is with you and wants to walk together with you.
Well, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau welcomed the apology as a step forward and said he looked forward to him coming to Canada to deliver the apology in person. Well, up next, our daily segment, the show France 2022, The Campaign. Well, welcome to our daily show covering the presidential election here in France. Just over a week before the first round of voting, candidates campaigning on marketplaces across the country, with the so-called smaller candidates trying to close the gap with the top contenders. Here's the recap of the day with Shirley Sidbon.
Anne Hidalgo took one step towards what is likely to become a historic defeat. She tried to win back former socialist voters by commemorating past battles. For Hidalgo, people should be grateful and proud.
C'est ce moment où je demande aux socialistes, qu'ils soient encartés ou de cœur, de ne pas raser les murs, de ne pas baisser la tête, d'être fiers. Si nous n'avions pas été là, ce pays ne serait pas le même.
Hidalgo wasn't the only one campaigning on a marketplace.
Voilà, notre métier, c'est l'ultra frais.
Éric Zemmour was in Rungis, south of Paris. With the early risers, the people he says he appreciates the most. Marine Le Pen, who's cutting down her gap in polls with Emmanuel Macron, sniped at the president for criticizing a man who killed a burglar in his home.
L'annonce qu'il est opposé à la légitime défense, qui est un concept dans notre droit pénal depuis toujours et qui est parfaitement légal, tout ceci démontre une grande fébrilité du candidat.
Fabien Roussel is still far down in the polls, but no communist candidate has ever been this popular in decades. So for him, there can be miracles when you believe.
Quand le Parti communiste faisait 15%,
oui, le monde du travail était plus fort et on avait des conquêtes sociales.
Donc vous pensez qu'un candidat communiste peut être élu président de la République au XXIe siècle?
Mais je pense que la gauche peut gagner.
A more realistic outcome is seeing Jean-Luc Mélenchon come on top. The far-left candidate says his rivals are all part of the old world.
D'abord, M. Macron, parce qu'il incarne d'une manière assez directe, il ne s'en cache pas, un ordre du monde qui, je crois, est à bout de souffle.
Deuxième adversaire.
Après, il y a les deux autres, là, Mme Le Pen et M. Zemmour, parce que là aussi, c'est le vieux monde qui évite les grandes questions qui sont posées à l'humanité.
Valérie Pécresse tried to re-emerge by visiting a Marseille neighborhood known for its drug dealings and insecurity.
Ils nous ont dit que eux, ce qu'ils voulaient, c'était harceler les dealers, mais qu'ils avaient deux problèmes. Pas assez d'outils de vidéoprotection et pas assez de sanctions avec des juges qui leur disaient qu'ils ne pouvaient pas incarcérer.
We will never know if Pécresse got close to the mark, but she's very far from hitting her target in this campaign. The big news of the day was the debate announced by Philippe Poutou between him and President Macron, who has so far refused to debate with anyone. The breaking news ended up being a big fake. That is all from us on this April Fool's Day.
Well, let's now take a look at candidates' standings in the polls with this survey by eLab from this Friday. In the first round, Emmanuel Macron still the front runner with 28% of voting intentions, but the election won't be a cakewalk for the incumbent. Marine Le Pen has gained a few points this week, now at 21%. Left-wing firebrand Jean-Luc Mélenchon is still in third place, confirming his late surge at 15.5%. Éric Zemmour, from the far right, has passed Valérie Pécresse in fourth place with 10.5% of the vote, of intentions of voting at least. The conservative candidate Pécresse from Les Républicains continues her drop in the polls. I'm joined in the studio by Philip Turl, France 24's international affairs editor and campaign commentator today. So over the past few days, we've seen an increase in support for Marine Le Pen, while the incumbent president, Emmanuel Macron, has seen his opinion poll ratings slip a little bit. Both candidates are expected to make it to the second round on April 24th, but the gap separating them appears to be gradually closing. Why is this?
Well, if you look at the opinion polls over the last few months, you can see that whereas if you look at Marine Le Pen, for example, she started out quite high and then she slipped in the opinion polls. We've got some here. Back in October, she was on 19%. Then by January, she slipped to 16.5%. She's now gone back up again to 21%, whereas Emmanuel Macron is the other way round. He started very high, but then went even higher. It was on 25% in October, then right up to 31% earlier in March, and then slipping to 28% by the end of March. Now, the reason for this is that as far as Marine Le Pen is concerned, she was affected by the candidacy of Éric Zemmour. Éric Zemmour, this television pundit who has come out on the far right and taken away some of her support, taken away some of even her lieutenants from within the National Rally to try to build a party to beat her, saying that she'd already run twice in presidential elections and now that he was the person who was going to reunite the far right and create a much bigger party. And this was the end for the National Rally of Marine Le Pen. The problem with Éric Zemmour was that he was very pro-Vladimir Putin and was saying, well, of course, I don't believe that Russia would ever invade Ukraine. So when that finally happened, he lost a lot of support, and that has re-galvanized the support for Marine Le Pen. So we've seen her moving up in the opinion polls, which have led many people to think, well, there is a chance maybe that she could even make it through to the second round. Whereas for Emmanuel Macron, he has come in very late to this presidential campaign, leaving it to the very last minute before he declared his candidacy. Everybody knew he was going to do that. He hasn't discussed anything with any other candidate in public, and he's having a big rally tomorrow, really his first big major rally at La Défense in Paris. But we're gaining support for having been the head of state trying to deal with the Ukrainian crisis, but slipped over the past few days due to scandals coming up about companies involved in paying large amounts of taxpayers' money to hire them to give advice to the government, which many people see as money out of the window. And he's also perceived as being the president of the rich, which is also not doing him any favours.
But Emmanuel Macron, come the second round, is still the favourite to win, isn't he?
Yeah, he is still the favourite to win. And if you look at the second round opinion polls, you can see that there is still quite a gap between Marine Le Pen and Emmanuel Macron. This gap is also closing in, and I think there is a sentiment of jitters within Emmanuel Macron's camp that maybe Marine Le Pen does have a chance of winning the second round of the election, principally because she has a large reserve of possible votes. She could get the supporters of Eric Zemmour, if he doesn't get through to the second round, to support her. That's about 10%. She could also get the support of Valérie Pécresse's supporters too. That's another 10%, which could also jump ship and support Marine Le Pen in the second round. She may even win the support of some of the voters of Jean-Luc Mélenchon on the far left who might decide they want to vote for Marine Le Pen because they don't want Emmanuel Macron to have a second round, whereas Emmanuel Macron has a much smaller reserve of votes on his side. So I think there is a little bit of worry somewhere along the line that maybe, as far as Emmanuel Macron is concerned, there's been sort of a campaign of, well, we're going to win. We don't really have to make an effort because he's so high in the opinion polls. He's been over 30% at times. We don't really have to make an effort because it's sort of a done conclusion that Emmanuel Macron is going to make it through to the second round. And that appears a little bit less sure now, as we've seen Marine Le Pen increasing her support base. She's managed to weather the arrival of Eric Zemmour and ride out that storm and increased her support base over the last few months. And I think that is a bit of a worry for Emmanuel Macron right now.
Philip Turl there with his latest analysis on the election here in France. The election can look actually a bit peculiar in a number of different aspects, especially from people who are not from here. One of them is the fact that the ballot list is traditionally stocked with revolutionaries. Today, France 24 takes a look at the two Trotskyist candidates running for presidents, Nathalie Arthaud and Philippe Poutou.
On s'est battu pour ça.
A quiet space for radical ideas.
Le peuple n'est pas sans fond. Du coup, les contradictions profondes du système capitaliste ont ressurgi.
The two-time presidential candidate has an aura of success. Every time he got close to the 5% mark in the polls. A postman by trade, he is now campaigning for Philippe Poutou in order to send the first unemployed worker to the Élysée.
C'est donc pas un politicien professionnel et lui, il sait de quoi il parle quand il parle de ce que signifient les conditions d'existence, de travail de millions de personnes sans qu'il y ait un petit staff autour pour lui expliquer, voilà, comme de nombreux responsables politiques sont capables de faire alors qu'ils connaissent même pas en réalité nos vies quotidiennes.
Olivier Besancenot is a Trotskyist. Leon Trotsky advocated that workers' power could be achieved through permanent revolution.
Celui qui croit à la parole dans la politique n'est qu'un idiot sans espoir.
In France, every presidential election counted one or two Trotskyist candidates, including Alain Krivine, a well-known figure of May '68. Every presidential campaign is a golden opportunity to spread one's political message. For Trotskyists, it's not about winning, it's about fighting the system from the inside.
Même si on sait qu'on ne va pas gagner, on est là pour faire peser notre combat et montrer qu'on pourra y arriver un jour par les luttes et par la force, changer ce monde de destruction et de chacun pour soi, quoi.
La politique doit être reprise par les travailleurs. C'est eux qui ont dans les mains les outils vraiment pour renverser le capitalisme parce qu'ils savent c'est quoi la vraie vie et ils peuvent s'en emparer et prendre les bonnes décisions politiques.
She is the other face of Trotskyism. Nathalie Arthaud, the candidate of the Workers' Struggle Party.
Gagner sa vie est une nécessité pour tous.
For her third participation, she hopes to beat her own record, 0.64%. Far less than Arlette Laguillet, a six-time candidate who managed to collect 6% of the votes.
Travailleuses, travailleurs, oui, je m'adresse à vous en particulier.
In 2002, the revolutionary left had gathered nearly 10% in the ballot box. Back then, leaflets were easier to hand out. But activists never lose faith, even in the cold wind. They're fighting on behalf of all workers.
C'est la seule à dire qu'il faudra des luttes pour que ça change, des luttes de travailleurs. L'inflation, les prix augmentent, que les salaires augmentent.
Voilà, il n'y a pas de raison que ce soit les travailleurs qui payent la crise et qui payent la guerre économique que se mènent les grandes entreprises pour faire toujours plus de profits, pour toujours arroser leurs actionnaires toujours plus.
On April 10th, they hope citizens will follow their hearts and not get lost in strategic voting.
On ne se sent pas seul et au moins le dimanche, on n'a pas de regrets. On discute avec des gens qui sont tentés par le vote Mélenchon, qui leur dit avec moi, vous n'aurez pas besoin de manifester. On leur dit si, il y aura besoin de manifester. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez qu'on fasse? Donc c'est un peu une arnaque.
Even though there are differences between Trotskyist parties, there is no animosity between activists. For them, the Nathalie Arthaud and Philippe Petit votes are up. In 2017, the two candidates gathered nearly 630,000 votes.
And that's it for this edition of France 2022, The Campaign. Join us Monday at 8:15 p.m. Paris time here on France 24 for the next episode.
Liberté, égalité, actualité. Reporters meet two men who are ready for the ultimate sacrifice.
You okay? Yes, man, I'm okay. I'm ready. Good. I'm ready to rumble.
Artyom, a fighter of Cossack origin, and Bohdan Mucha, the great-nephew of the famous Czechoslovakian painter Alphonse Mucha. We follow these two resistance fighters into the hell of war. Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome back to Live from Paris. I'm Charles Pellegrin, and the headlines this hour. The northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv battered by Russian strikes, but still holding on. Our reporters show us how the locals who've decided to stay put are coping with the constant danger. And the draw for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar whets the appetite of football fans around the world. Spain and Germany drawn together in what might be called the Group of Death. Title holders France will be up against Denmark and Tunisia. And in Israel, the uptick in violence seen in the past week shows no sign of abating. One Palestinian man is killed by Israeli soldiers during clashes in Hebron. Let's start our coverage of the war in Ukraine in the northeastern city of Kharkiv, where Ukrainian forces have managed to hold back Russian troops. Areas of the town are still coming under heavy artillery and missile fire day and night. Many residents have fled or spend their days sheltering underground, but some remain holding out despite the dangers. Our reporters Catherine Norris-Trent, Roméo Langlois, and Ashraf Abid went to meet some of those living in the line of fire.
War has reduced these streets to a wasteland. The neighborhood of Saltivka, on the northern edge of Kharkiv, whose housing estates have been blasted by Russian shelling. All but a handful of residents have fled. Ludmila is 75 years old and only one of 5 left in her block. She's relieved to find some company. On the 23rd of March, her building was hit.
Вот тоже наши едут с подъезда. Спасибо вам большое. Как страшно вы в такое время, такие обстрелы. Ночью сегодня очень было страшно. И сегодня целый день.
This family has fled the bombing to sleep elsewhere, but they still bring food out of solidarity.
Приезжаем каждый день, с соседями здороваемся и уезжаем обратно вечером. Помогаем, что-то привозим, что-то не привозим и уезжаем обратно.
Every day and night here is punctuated now by the sound of explosions as artillery pounds the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city. At least 300 people have been killed here under fire. For the past 5 weeks, at every alert, Ludmila's been sheltering in this basement with her neighbor Sanya.
Никогда не думала, что Путин. Как можно людей, детей маленьких.
Ludmila grew up in Soviet Russia and simply can't believe what's happening.
Папа мой воевал, защитник Сталинграда был. Кто мог подумать, что Путин такое сделает в Харькове, как Сталинград сделал? Даже животное это не сделает, это подонок.
During a brief lull in fighting, Sanya takes us to the spot where a shell blasted through an apartment a week ago. We're just over 30 kilometers from the border with Russia, where many people have strong cultural or family ties.
Была мирная жизнь, никто нигде никого не трогал, никакой русский язык не был ущемлен. Я сам русский, говорю по-русски, по-украински я меньше разговариваю. И жили все нормально. И вот что получили мы.
Sanya's home on the floor below was also gutted. He lost everything, including his beloved pet cat. A former soldier, his life, like that of so many others, has been devastated by this war.
Вот это был мой дом до войны. Вот такой. Вот это все. И он остается моим домом даже в таком состоянии. И никуда я не собираюсь. Это моя страна, моя родина, мой город и мой дом. Вот тигр, вот тигр. Вот этот домашний мой тигр. Путин мой бандит.
The calm doesn't last long.
К Михайловне это прилеты. Михайловне сюда в бункер. Вперед, вперед, ребята, не бойтесь. Не бойтесь, не бойтесь.
Down in her bomb shelter, Ludmila is also defiant.
Я хочу быть дома. С большим трудом мне досталась эта квартира. С очень большим трудом. Я счастлива, что она у меня есть. И я никуда не хочу. Я никуда не хочу.
The Ukrainian forces return fire.
Это накрывают ту сторону.
Fighting continues around Kharkiv, to the north and the east of the city. In the past few days, the Ukrainian army says that it's managed to regain territory and push back Russian troops.
Further south, a Red Cross convoy heading to the besieged city of Mariupol had to turn back after it was judged impossible to proceed. The convoy was attempting to evacuate thousands of civilians this Friday after receiving assurances from Russia that a humanitarian corridor would be open. This comes as the Ukrainian president warned that Russian forces could be preparing a major new assault in the southeast of the country, where they say they want to, quote, liberate the Donbass region claimed by separatists, which includes Mariupol. Jeannie Shin has the latest.
These scattered chunks of charred metal carcass are the remains of a Ukrainian military helicopter shot down by the Russian army this Thursday near Mariupol. 17 people were on board. Only 2 survived. The Russian offensive is now largely focused on the east of the country. The Ukrainian president warned of an escalation of strikes on civilian positions.
In Donbass, Mariupol and in the direction of Kharkiv, Russian forces are amassing resources for powerful strikes. We will defend. We will do everything possible to stop the occupiers and clear our territory of their evil and senseless crimes.
Among the areas targeted are the mining basin of Donbass and the cities surrounding it, such as Izium, where fighting is particularly violent. In the regions of Donetsk and Luhansk, Ukrainian troops say they are holding up against the Russians and separatist fighters.
They don't want to fight anymore because they have suffered a lot of losses. They no longer have the strength to advance and fight. They're much smaller in number.
But Moscow is painting a different picture of the conflict, putting emphasis on the dozens of destroyed military vehicles and claiming significant breakthroughs in the east of the country. Despite saying it would scale back attacks on the capital Kyiv and concentrate on the eastern Donbass region, Western allies fear Russian troops are merely regrouping to step up its offensive in other parts of the country.
Moving on to other world news, in Doha, the draw for the group stage of the FIFA World Cup has taken place, pitting the world's best 32 national teams against each other in 8 groups of 4. Some highlights, as you're about to see, hosts Qatar will open the festivities in Group A against Ecuador before taking on African champions Senegal and the Netherlands. And politics won't be too far from the field in Group B, where Iran and the U.S. will go head-to-head. And France 24's sports editor Jean-Émile Jamin is on set here. Many different groups that will be whetting the appetite of many football fans, but you're particularly interested in that group. Quite interesting with the US, Iran, but also England and a 4th team that's yet to be determined.
Yes, Charles, that 4th team is one of the European teams that still has to play off. That's either one of Wales, Scotland or Ukraine, as it happens to be. So, as you said, a lot of interesting political permutations, geopolitical off the field, but really on the field is where I want to focus, because that USA team is very much a dark horse. They've got lots of players across Europe, up and coming, Christian Pulisic, Serginho Dest for Barcelona, Gio Reyna even for Borussia Dortmund. So England have to watch their backs. They aren't going to have a free run at this group. It's not the most straightforward for the Three Lions, Euro 2020 finalists against Italy, who themselves were knocked out before the World Cup draw, by the way. So there we have it, those first pools, Qatar, Ecuador, Senegal, African champions, Netherlands, finalists in 2010. A lot of different permutations. Can Qatar make it out of the group stage as hosts? Only South Africa in the past was the host nation to not make it out of the group stages at a World Cup. Then we go on to Pool C. That's Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Poland. Argentina, of course, they've got the likes of Lionel Messi. They made it to the final in 2014. He hasn't got his hands on the most coveted prize in world football just yet, but they will be confident of at least topping their group. If they top their group, then they will be playing the second place team in Pool D. That Group D, rather, that is between France, Denmark, Tunisia, Peru, Australia, or the United Arab Emirates, depending on who wins that intercontinental playoff. France, they will fancy their chances once again. Didier Deschamps has his team firing on all cylinders, especially with the likes of Kylian Mbappe leading the line, Olivier Giroud, Karim Benzema. They really will be confident going into that quarterfinal stage. But if they do get through to the quarterfinals, well, they could very well face England. They could very well face also Brazil and one of Spain or Germany. So if we then go back to the rest of the pools, Group E, very fascinating matchup there. We were thinking maybe there could be a group of death, Spain versus Germany. That's one of the crunch clashes in football history. Spain, of course, beating Germany in the semi-finals of the 2010 World Cup 1-0. Germany will certainly want to prove that under Hansi Flick they have developed as a team, and that Spain test is certainly one for them to watch out for. Japan, well, the Samurais, well, they're going to have a very tough encounter, and then between Costa Rica and New Zealand for that other intercontinental playoff, that has to be decided still with those coming around in about June time. Then Group F, Belgium, Canada, Morocco, Croatia. This could be that potential group of death. Belgium, not quite that golden generation it once was. It's just about 2 years too late. Same as Croatia, this team that played France in that 2018 final with Luka Modric and Mario Mandzukic leading that line. So we don't know if Belgium and Croatia come down on the wane. Canada, it's their first World Cup in 36 years. So an amazing result for them to actually make it. And then Morocco with Achraf Hakimi, the local PSG man, maybe he can lead his team into that next round. So a very fascinating Group F there. The winners play the second place in Group E between Spain and Germany. So again, we could have a Belgium, Spain, Germany matchup straight away. One of those fascinating games. Then Group G, 5 times winners, Brazil. They are now back to the top of those FIFA rankings, those FIFA men rankings, usurping Belgium recently. So they are now in Group G with Serbia, Switzerland, and African hosts of the AFCON, Cameroon. Now, Cameroon, they had a very promising AFCON. Will it prove to be enough? Can they overcome the likes of Switzerland and Serbia? Serbia especially is a very nice up-and-coming team. Vlahovic, they've got really Mitrovic as well, Aleksandar Mitrovic up top. Very strong team, but Brazil will be favourites for that. And then finally, Group H, Portugal coming through against North Macedonia to qualify with that incredible forward line, Ronaldo, João Felix, Bruno Fernandes, and Uruguay and Ghana. This is a very fascinating one. That rematch of that infamous Suarez handball and Ghana getting knocked out at the quarterfinal stage, also in 2010. Lots of games there. And then finally, South Korea rounding up that group. So plenty to look forward to. Incredible football to anticipate for that 21st of November kickoff in Qatar. We will bring all the results as they come live from there.
I'm sure you will, Jean-Emile. Very exciting stuff there, especially for Canadian football fans with that duo, Jonathan David and Alphonso Davies. Very excited for that. Moving on to more serious matters now. Hungarians heading to the polls this Sunday for a general election. Prime Minister Viktor Orban aiming for a 4th consecutive mandate, touting what he calls his model of illiberal democracy. For the first time in his 12 years in office, he and his ruling Fidesz party will face a united opposition coalition. He nonetheless holds a narrow lead in the polls. Orban holding a final rally this Friday night, while his rival Peter Márkizai will hold his last event in Budapest on Saturday. For more on this story and the state of the opposition in the country, we can talk to Florence Labruyère, our correspondent in Hungary. Florence, thanks for joining us. First off, who is this opposition coalition and what are they standing for?
So this is, hello, good evening. This is an opposition of 6 parties. There is the Socialist Party, which was in power in the 90s and also in the years 2000. There is, which is a social democratic party. There is the Democratic Coalition, which is a sort of dissident faction of the Socialist Party, which is also social democratic. And there is also the Jobbik, an extreme right-wing party, which has recentered its ideology and is less extremist and more ultra-conservative. So you can see it's a very extremely different and varied alliance, which has united, which has managed to unite after years and years of efforts. So that's where we stand now today. And that alliance has chosen a prime ministerial candidate whose name is Peter Márkizai. He doesn't belong to any party, but if the opposition, if this alliance wins the election, he will be the prime minister.
And with such a united front, is it fair to say that this is their best shot at actually beating Viktor Orban?
They have certainly increased their chances by uniting, that's for sure. You have to bear in mind the fact that if Viktor Orban won all past elections since 2010, that is because he was facing a very fragmented and divided opposition. So this was an easy game for him. we could say. Now, in every constituency where individual candidates are elected, Viktor Orban's party will face one single opposition candidate. And it is estimated that about out of the 106 constituencies, the opposition could win about 70 of those, and there would be another 30 constituencies, 30 districts, which will probably be very, well, there will be a very tight fight. So it's a little bit like as if, you know, if you had in the United States 30 swing states where the battle is going to be extremely tense.
Florence Labruyère reporting there from Budapest. Well, during clashes in the occupied West Bank city of Hebron, Israeli soldiers have shot dead a Palestinian this Friday. This coming from the Palestinian Health Ministry. Israel's military, meanwhile, have explained their soldiers were threatened by the man wielding a petrol bomb. This comes as tensions have been on the rise over the past week after a string of deadly attacks in Israel. Our correspondent in Jerusalem, Iris Mackler, has more.
I've heard a number of Israeli and Palestinian analysts, and no one can put a finger on it and give you a reason for this, those 3 attacks in the space of a week, 11 Israelis dead. I think it's the deadliest spate of violence we've seen for years. After that, following that yesterday, a Palestinian who was on an Israeli bus near Jewish settlements in the West Bank pulled out a screwdriver and attacked a passenger. Another passenger who was armed shot him dead. His victim is now in hospital. Israel has responded with arrests in the West Bank, and during those arrests, which Israel says was of suspects related to the gunman in the final attack of the 3, that's when we've seen the Palestinian deaths, 2 in Jenin in the north of the West Bank yesterday, 1 in Hebron today. So what are we looking at? It is not yet reminiscent of the Second Intifada, I'd say. Doesn't mean it won't turn into that, but then the Palestinian militant groups were in control. They were funding, they were training, they were providing material for suicide attackers. This time they're welcoming it. We've heard praise from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but they're not in control. We're seeing lone wolves, we're seeing small cells. It's more reminiscent, I think, of the knife, what became known as the knife attacks, the knife intifada of 2016. But then they were armed with knives or perhaps vehicles, cars. This time they're armed with guns, with automatic weapons. It's more dangerous.
Pope Francis has delivered an apology to Canada's Indigenous peoples for a century of abuse committed at church-run residential schools. He received a delegation at the Vatican this Friday. Some 150,000 Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit children were forcibly enrolled from the late 1800s to the 1990s in 139 schools across the country, spending months or years kept apart from their families, language, and culture.
For the regrettable conduct of those members of the Catholic Church, I ask for the Lord's forgiveness, and I would like to tell you wholeheartedly that I am much grieved. I join Canadian bishops in apologizing. I would like to tell you that the Church is with you and wants to walk together with you.
The Pope's words today were historic, to be sure. They were necessary, and I appreciate them deeply. And I now look forward to the Pope's visit to Canada, where he can offer those sincere words of apology directly to our survivors and their families, whose acceptance and healing ultimately matters the most.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau welcomed the apology as a, quote, step forward, and said he looked forward to the Pope coming to Canada to deliver the apology in person. It's time now for Truth or Fake, our daily fact-checking segment. I'm joined on set by Carolina Marchand de Abreu. So today we're taking a look at Mariupol. Both Russian and Ukrainian forces claim control of that city. Let's clarify the footage that's being shared by both sides.
We're seeing a propaganda war in Mariupol where Russians and Ukrainians both try to prove the control of this city. So who controls Mariupol? It's hard to say, especially considering that there are no independent journalists left in Mariupol. And the Associated Press reported that 2 of their journalists, remaining journalists, fled the city last week. So what we're left with, either images from the pro-Russian Chechen side, from the Chechen fighters, or from the Azov nationalist regiment fighting for Ukraine. So basically, we're left with a propaganda. Let's begin with the images on the Russian side. From the official Telegram account from the Chechen president Ramzan Kadyrov on March 21st, he shared a video showing Chechen fighters allegedly advancing on eastern Mariupol. But let's take a closer look at this video on Telegram. So let's review what we just saw. We see Chechen fighters by foot, accompanied by Russian tanks with the Z symbol in it, which is a Russian military symbol for victory. And the caption on the video reads, "Close to Chechen fighters successfully advancing in the Mariupol direction." The tone of the message is obviously confident and victorious. Of course, these claims are impossible to verify and lack evidence.
Well, let's move on to images being shared by the Azov nationalist regiment that fight for Ukraine.
The Azov regiment is a controversial far-right military unit that became part of Ukraine's armed forces. Putin often makes reference to the Azov regiment as one of the reasons for launching his special military operation to denazify Ukraine. We have this image from March 25th on a Telegram where Azov soldiers claim to have destroyed 2 Russian infantry vehicles. Let's take a closer look at this video. So what we're seeing is drone footage taken in the western suburbs of Mariupol. According to geolocation devices, they show their target, allegedly 2 Russian infantry vehicles, and part of the caption on this video reads, quote, "Azov fighters killed the enemy without destroying any civilian infrastructure." Surely some of the civilian infrastructure was damaged in the vicinity, but once again, this is impossible to verify the veracity of this information, and also self-promotion content to show that they are successfully fighting off the enemy. But despite the claims by both sides, the videos do remain propaganda, and we can only conclude that there's still no evidence that can prove that either Ukrainians or Russians have the control of Mariupol. Charles.
Carolina Marchand-Dabrou, thank you very much for that daily fact-checking segment. We're going to move on now to one more story coming out of China. Shanghai's battle against a sudden rise in COVID infections continues. The plan was to consecutively put 2 halves of the city of 26 million people under lockdown this week. The western half, Puxi, started its stay-at-home order this Friday at the same time as the eastern half, Pudong, was meant to end its lockdown. Unfortunately, authorities have had to amend their strategy, keeping many people in East Shanghai, Pudong, at home. The financial hub recorded 4,502 new infections Thursday. Yinka Oyatade has the details.
Stores in Shanghai rammed with shoppers. Residents here are desperately trying to stock up on necessities as the western half of the city enters a 4-day lockdown Friday. Some are still coming to terms with the onset of yet another coronavirus shutdown.
It still ended up coming, even though they said they wouldn't lock down the city. We thought it's basically over. Why did we start again? It makes me a bit depressed and puts me in a bad mood because a lot of our plans got cancelled. But there's nothing we can do.
As the western half of the city closes, parts of eastern Shanghai opens up again. Residents there have been under lockdown since Monday. Friday was supposed to mark freedom for all of the east, but authorities have announced that residents living in buildings where positive cases have been recorded will have to remain under lockdown for another 10 days as the government struggles to curb the Omicron-driven outbreak.
Testing is being conducted in 2 phases on both sides of the Huangpu River. We will trace the source of infections quickly and at a low cost, and we will try to cut off the chain of transmission by all means possible.
切断传播链。
Shutting down parts of Shanghai is the latest test for China's zero-COVID policy. The city recorded over 4,500 new infections Thursday. Just 358 of them were symptomatic cases.
Well, that's it for now, but do stay tuned. We'll be back with more headlines in just a few minutes.
The French presidential election is just around the corner, and what better excuse to embark on a road trip across the country in an electric 2CV, a car full of contradictions just like France itself. As voters weigh up their options, we'll be exploring the major themes of this election, everything from healthcare and culture to security and the economy. We'll be travelling north, south, east and west, including a trip to the French overseas territory of Guadeloupe. See you on the road.
France 2022, the road trip, across all France 24 channels and on France24. War has once more reared its head in Europe, recalling the darkest hours of our history.
Kiev is still about 30 kilometers away.
France 24 is providing constant coverage of events in Ukraine. Our teams on the ground and in the studio will keep you informed of all the latest developments.
They're collecting 400 meters of...
Stay informed, stay aware.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Welcome back. It's 9 p.m. here in Paris. You're watching live from Paris. I'm Charles Pellegrin. The headlines this hour. The northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv battered by Russian strikes, but still holding on. Our reporters show us how the locals who've decided to stay put are coping with the constant danger. And the draw for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar whets the appetite of football fans around the world. Spain and Germany drawn together in what might be called the group of death. Title holders France will be up against Denmark and Tunisia. And in Israel, the uptick in violence seen in the past week shows no sign of abating. One Palestinian man is killed by Israeli soldiers during clashes in Hebron. Let's start our coverage of the war in Ukraine in the northeastern city of Kharkiv, where Ukrainian forces have managed to hold back Russian troops. Areas of the town are still coming under heavy artillery and missile fire. day and night. Many residents have fled or spend their days sheltering underground, but some remain holding out despite the dangers. Our reporters Catherine Norris-Trent, Romeo Langlois, and Ashraf Abid went to meet some of those living in the line of fire.
War has reduced these streets to a wasteland. The neighborhood of Saltivka, on the northern edge of Kharkiv, whose housing estates have been blasted by Russian shelling. All but a handful of residents have fled. Ludmila is 75 years old and only one of 5 left in her block. She's relieved to find some company. On the 23rd of March, her building was hit.
Тоже наши едут с подъезда. Спасибо вам большое. Как страшно вы в такое время, такие обстрелы. Ночью сегодня очень было страшно. И сегодня целый день.
This family has fled the bombing to sleep elsewhere, but they still bring food out of solidarity.
Приезжаем каждый день, с соседями здороваемся и уезжаем обратно вечером. Помогаем, что-то привозим, что-то не привозим и уезжаем обратно.
Every day and night here is punctuated now by the sound of explosions as artillery pounds the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city. At least 300 people have been killed here under fire.